Don't worry, I'm not mute. I'm just in the zone. Everybody having a good day so far? I am having a pretty freaking good day. Yeah, I'm just relaxing for today. Yesterday was a roller coaster of emotions. A lot of stuff going on. And, where's my coat? And, I've been feeling pretty good. It's one of those feel-goods where you're like... I don't know how to describe it. It's one of those feel-goods where you're gonna think at any moment, at any time, something is gonna go wrong. I guess it's an anxiety thing, but I don't really get anxiety all that much. So there's a part of me that's like, oh, okay, you're not supposed to be in a good mood right now. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck that. I'm gonna lean into it, because I have been feeling pretty great lately. I find myself doing this a lot, like, how do fingers work? Well, for the past 28 years, I don't know. No, I think I'm just in a really good mood because I called my family today. I went on my walk. Beautiful, beautiful day outside. But then past that, ever since I pulled my back, I've been eating a lot less and eating mostly healthy things, and if I get something sweet, it's so rare that I eat a lot of it. I throw away like a lot of food that I don't want, and I know that's wasteful, but it's not what you think. It's like, oh, okay, I realize that if I finish this, I'm going to be doing more harm than good, so I put it away, and then I forget about it. But on a good note, I've been... Dude, I just feel great. And I weighed myself on my scale for the first time in a while. And I am currently down 10 pounds. I don't know why I like this song so much. Up with the bag. So I asked a nice gentleman on the... It was more of like a joke, but I just wanted to see if he could do it. I asked a nice gentleman by the name of Captain Calamitous on the Patreon server because he was modeling some stuff. Well, I'm not a modeler. I don't know how to model. And it's not really a skill that I want to learn. I would rather pay people to do it, because they'll do a much better job than me. Even though I'm very impatient, I'd rather give people money for stuff like that. But we didn't talk about money this time. And if he wants like 20 bucks for it, I don't mind giving it to him. But I asked him, I said, can you give me a bag that has a satchel and a lace on it? Or just a bag, can you give me a bag? And he said, what kind of bag? And I sent him a reference image and he gave me this. And it actually is exactly what I wanted, but it has some... The bone shapes are weird because I'm not used to those. But overall, like, this is exactly what I wanted. Like, so this is Blender Kit. This lets you pick a bunch of royalty-free... Like, I pay $100 a year for this. That bag is good. That's a good bag. That's a good bag. First aid kit's perfect. That's not what I want. That's good. That's perfect. That could work. That might work. I'm sure Tarkov has one of these because I can't think of another reference. Here, let's see if Satchel works. That's good. Basically, what I want is you grab a bag, you flap it up, grab something out, use it, and you put the bag down. That's what I wanted. Well, the thing is about these bags is that they're not rigged. You have to rig them yourself to do what you want them to do. Now, I don't mind doing the rigging, that doesn't bother me. I'm not very good at it. I can rig people. And with an add-on that automates it for me. I don't know how to do that. So I asked him, I was like, can you make me a satchel and can you rig it? And he goes, oh yeah. And he made it and it actually came out quite nice. So now I'm fiddling with it because I wake up and I keep thinking to myself, I really want to be a better animator. I may not be Disney quality or anything like that, but I see people make awesome shit all the time and it's like, man, I want to do that too. I love making gaming videos and stuff, but I've always wanted to I want to be good at this stuff. This is a skill I want to be good at, and I'm only going to get better at it by doing it. Now here's the hard part. I gotta make him open it now. Maybe I won't have him do that. Maybe I'll have him do that. You open, grab bag, open it up, reach to the side, close it. Instead of... maybe. First, let's get the hard part out of the way. See, this is one of the things that I told him about. So, I'm not a great rigger, but when you rig, you create one skeleton, and if you need it to encompass multiple things, but you don't want it to cover like let's say I need a bone here, right? I don't need a bone here as an example. Let's say I don't need a bone here, but I do need a bone here. What you can do is you can make an entire line of skeletons of the same armature, or a bunch of bones in the same skeleton, and then you can remove that. So you could get rid of this, and when I select one of them, it'll select the whole thing. That way it's all rigged. However, it looks like Captain Calamitous rigged the bag and the flap, and then made an entirely new skeleton for the satchel lace. This is not bad. However, it can cause problems for the future. And it already is. That was weird. I can adjust this. We're gonna take a small shortcut here. Oh, Pathologic 3's out? Okay, then that's what I'll pick that up after this then. Give you my blessing to win big at the casino. 99% of gamblers stop right before they win $1 billion. I don't like the way this looks. Into Buhurt? I don't know what that is. No, FEMA is. Or HEMA. The news on Abiotic Factor? The devs haven't gotten back to me, no. This is a really good idea. It's gonna be funny. May not be as in-depth as my previous idea, but this is a funny little thing I wanted to do. All right, so the bottles. So I'm going to parent each of these bottles to the bag. That way it has like weight and constriction to it. Bag base. And then bag base. Bag base. Okay. Now, you shouldn't see these bottles at all. Yeah, okay. Nope. Still can't see them. And then about right here. So I'm gonna shrink their size actually. Gotta shrink them a lot. How do I make these bottles fit in here?
I was eating those beans. Are you fucking insane?
Thanks, Ricky. His right arm's being a little awkward for me personally, so... Well, thanks to Captain Calamitous, because I really, when you have an idea for something, you want to do it, but then every part of you is like, fuck, I don't know how. And then, like, you could learn, or you could pay somebody to do it, and it's like, how do you fucking, how do you go, hey, can you make me a bag? Luckily, there's a very talented guy in the Patreon server that helped me out with that. He gives me his PayPal, I'll give him something. Bag for? I just wanted to do a shit post. Like, basically like, hey, we need a new animator for our game. What can you do? I can do all sorts of shit. You just gotta tell me what you want. I don't know why the textured view is so... I did that in less than an hour. I did nothing animation-wise before this. And it's not perfect. I'm seeing some things that I definitely want to change. But... that's like... that's really what I like. I like that. It's nice. I have two parts of contention that I have a problem with. That hand... I don't like that. So... I don't have a bag. I'm a grown man, I don't have a backpack. Oh, okay, I guess that's... This is my Steam Deck. It doesn't turn on. It has turned on one time and it won't turn on again. And then the warranty ran out, so I can't get another one. At least without paying for another one. But let's just say that this is a bag or a satchel. Alright? Well, like, holding it from the top right corner and holding it from the bottom left, that's fine. That's not the issue. How would I shoulder this? Like, I find myself doing this a lot. If I'm ever doing like a first person thing, like, how would I open this bag? Maybe I don't need that. If it had a thing on the top, do that, then open that up. That's like that whole beginning I have a problem with. Something that I can fix. Right there? Yeah. There's either too much impact
I was eating those
or not
beans.
enough.
Are you fucking insane?
So you're telling me that you asked a patron to hand you his sack and he did? And this is normal to you?
Excuse me. Yes, it is. Right there. That's the issue. The pieces are there, I just have to find them. That was great. Now this part is the part I have a problem with next. Excited for season 8? Season 6? Yes. Personally, I'm a little disappointed we're not getting a new map. But if it's a redo of Vegas, I'll take it. Like, full disclosure, I don't like Vegas. I don't have a problem with it, like, aesthetically. I think it's beautiful. I just think the cash outs are in a terrible fucking spot, and just kind of generally disappointed with the majority of how that map feels. I love Seoul, I love Monaco, I love Skyway, I love Fortune. I don't like Kyoto very much. But I don't, like, I have a... I think Fortune Stadium is my favorite map. Bernal is good. Monaco is good. I love Seoul. I really do. I think Seoul is probably my favorite map. I'm not much of a movement shooter guy, but that's a good way to explain it. Movement is very important in the finals, and even though it might not be Titanfall levels of movement, it still feels nice to use a bounce pad or a zip line or jump off of a high building or whatever. And I really like all of that. And Seoul has so many different ways to traverse the map, and so many... So, like, it's... I love under construction so much. I love Fortune Stadium's bounce pads. I love all of that. That means the world to me. I love that stuff. But when I play Kyoto, it's like, okay, these bounce pads are super cool to get from the lower area to the higher area. The lower pagodas to the higher temples. I like those. Those are cool. But there aren't that many of them. The water is not, like, people hate the water. I don't have a problem with the water. Just don't go in it. Like, oh man, I sure do don't want to fucking fight in the water. Like, great news. Unless you're have a sledgehammer, you don't have to. A great example of, like, one of my least favorite things is in Kyoto, you have to go to the bamboo forest. I hate it. I hate it so much. It makes me so... Oh god, I fucking hate the bamboo forest so much. The bamboo forest is unequivocally, unarguably the worst part of Kyoto. It is an absolute fucking abomination. I was sitting in a bad position. I like suspended structures, but suspended structures is not great for... How do I explain this? I do not think that suspended structures... sorry, I don't think any loadout should be, mandatory. Perfect. So in suspended structures on Monaco specifically, because that's the suspended structures map, there's only one way to get up there if you have nothing, like no medium. If you don't have a medium on your team, how do you get up to suspended structures? You use the zip lines. Okay, well the zip lines can be broken. Okay. Well, if the zip lines can be broken, how do you get up there if you don't have a medium? Well, Light can use a grappling hook. Okay, what if you don't have a grappling hook? What if Light... And we're talking about, like, ranked, I guess, because you can't swap your gear. In Quick Cash and in the good modes, you can swap your shit whenever you want, and that's great. But in ranked, you can't do that. So, let's say you're a medium, and it's like, okay, I want everything to be viable, and I want everything to be good. What do I do? Well, okay... You need defibs. Defibs are mandatory. You have to bring those. Okay, well that sucks because I don't want to bring defibs all the time. I feel goo grenade is more helpful. Like, well, doesn't matter. Defibs are way too helpful to not have. Okay? And then, you need movement. While I love movement, oh man, I love bounce pad. I love zip pad. I love it. I love it so much. It's one of my favorite gadgets in the game. I adore it. Go, okay, well, what do we do if you don't have it? Oh, well, you don't get to do anything. Fuck you. So you'll be sitting there, and you're like, okay, I don't have a medium. It's a team of triple heavies. What do we do? You could try to goo gun or goo grenade, but you'll get shot before you do that. Or you can RPG it down or RPG the building, and it's like, okay, well, what if I don't have it? And it's like, well, then... You're just fucked. On a normal match of the finals, duck and cover on Monaco, which is a very unique thing. The cathedral's missing. That's the only modifier to that map. It's a very weak modifier, but the duck landed on it and the cathedral broke. That's what it is. Everyone can get to this cash out because it is in the middle of no man's land. It is get sniped from construction or the buildings around it, or get sniped from the apartments and the buildings around it. But if you can hold that cash out or move that cash out, it's phenomenal. I actually really like that cash out because of all the potential it is if you have it. Now, if you don't have it or you let the enemy take it, that sucks. But every loadout works for that. Every loadout works. Goo, turrets, bounce. DMAT doesn't do anything. Turrets are great. Everything's great. Winch is good. Mesh is good. Charge is good. Invis, grapple. All of that is viable. All of that is doable. All weapons are good. Everything is good. Because it doesn't require you to bring anything specific to contest or even take or hold this cash out. Granted, a shotgun's probably not going to be that great against people that are shooting at you from far away. You might want to bring like a rifle or an SMG or the LH1 or the bow, or for heavy you bring the M60 or the Lewis gun, so you can have a better opportunity of holding it instead of needing to stay on it. Okay? But here's the thing. Suspended structures requires you to bring specific gear, and that I don't like. Construction site does not require you to bring specific gear. Duck and cover doesn't require it. Sys Horizon doesn't require specific gear. Sure, if the enemy goos the shit out of everything, you might have a hard time getting into the building, but you can generally bring just about anything you want. Even like data reshaper's good against barricades and stuff like that, but the idea of, what do we do in suspended structures? Well, if you didn't bring movement or you don't have a medium, you don't do anything. This is why the suspected structures on Bernal is much better. Those suspended structures are big. They're hard to hold, which means flanks are more viable and everything is more doable. Other than the fucking foxhole that is the suspended box in Monaco. But also, let's say they break all the zip lines in the suspended structures in Bernal. Okay, it sucks, but it happens. What do? There's bounce pads everywhere, and there's a shitload of zip lines, which would be very difficult to get rid of all of them before a team shows up. But let's say they do, there's bounce pads everywhere. Bernal's a very good map. Did the finals delete lights, or is there a fix? I don't know, dude. I have no idea, but I can tell you right now, they're the reason why the game's not doing so hot. Because I fucking hate lights. I can't stand them. The thing about light to me is that the foundation of the finals doesn't work well with that class. The way that it works in the finals is that every single weapon must be able to kill every single class within its effective range. So the revolver has an effective range of 20 meters, which means that its damage fall off, well, it's 21, but semantics. At 22 meters, it loses about, give or take, 5% of its damage, up to 35 meters to when it loses over half of it, which the max damage you can do is 33. Not a bad amount of damage, not a good amount. It's more than a rifle, but rifles have a lot more bullets, which means they have more chances to mess up, which means all they have to do is land a couple more shots, and they will out DPS the revolver. The revolver up close, within its effective range, does 74 damage. It's 3 shots to medium, or to light, 4 shots to medium, that's 5 shots to heavy, with a margin of error of like 10-15%, which is the extra bullet. You're allowed to miss a couple times in order for this weapon to still be viable. That's the whole mantra. Weapons are designated and balanced by their utility, damage, firing speed, and ammo count. The M60 has no hipfire. It's terrible. It's some of the worst hipfire in the fucking game. I don't know why, but it is. But we can't have them too good. Dog, it does 19 damage. It's not that good. The AK does 22. Regardless, the M60 also fires fast as shit. but it has 70 bullets, and it has a pretty long reload. But in order to make this weapon, like, balanced from a perspective of everyone, this weapon's damage fall off is some of the worst in the game. And not like, oh, well, you know, technically Light has the worst damage fall off of all of his weapons. That's fine, but none of his weapons have any fucking recoil. So they can keep dealing damage. It doesn't matter if a weapon does 1 DPS, or sorry, 1 damage from beyond whatever range it is. If you can land your shots, then fire rate is all that matters, because the fire rate is what dictates DPS. If the LMG does 8 damage, and you can land all your shots, all of them, and it has 70 bullets, 70 times 8 is a big number, and it's enough to kill every class. The thing is, no one's going to be able to do that. Light weapons don't give a shit. While their damage over distance might be pretty bad, they don't have any fucking recoil. So they just do a bunch of damage from any distance. But the thing is, while it might not kill you from super far away, it's enough to put a fucking hole in you that you have to worry about. And since lights can catch up to any class, and they can find any class with their recon gadgets, and because everybody's health regen is slower than theirs, they're allowed to be flankers and fraggers. That's their thing. I don't want to nerf Light, okay? Because that's just going to piss off all the children. And we need the containment field to remain secure. But objectively speaking, Light is the weakest class from a defensive standpoint. The main game mode of the finals is cash out. Grab the box, put the box in another box, and hold that box and make sure nobody steals it. Okay? It's a very fun game mode. I love it. It's my favorite game mode. Lights don't have too many ways to break defenses that can also hurt the enemy. Breaching charges, despite being very good, are not an offensive gadget. Thermal Bore does a maximum of 5 damage. It is not an offensive gadget. By the way, I'm one of the only people in the world that has a Thermal Bore kill, so... just saying. Anyway. The mantra of Light has low HP. Okay. He is small. Okay. His damage is to offset the fact that he is hard to hit, or sorry, if you hit him, he just dies. Got it. So Light is balanced around the fact that his specializations, his gadgets, his base body hitbox is designed around to be hard to hit. Light naturally is a difficult to hit class. If you can hit him, he will die. Perfect. I'm all right with that. However, a majority of the weapons are moderately difficult to use. Moderately. I'm not saying, oh, well, Jay, you just suck. I'm not a very good shot, period. My game sense is immaculate, but I'm not a very good shot. I'm old. But the thing is, no other class has the thing that Light has. Medium is very easy to hit. Heavy, very easy to hit. And they don't have too many ways to offset this. But Light can outrun literally everyone. Light can dash away into safety. Light has the fastest and the quickest health regen in the game. I'm not kidding. Light can, if a Light is at 1 HP and a Heavy is at 1 HP, Light can regen his full HP 3 times from 1 before Heavy gets to full. Now, Heavy is supposed to have a shitload of health. That's his thing. I'm not saying, like, oh, Light is just gonna decimate a team of Heavies. No, they can't. they can try, and it depends entirely on the skill, but medium, their weapons are balanced around being generally good at just a little bit of everything. Heavies are balanced around trading health in exchange for a kill. They'll lose about 100 or 150 HP before most of their weapons will be able to kill someone, except the SA-12. Except the sledge. Barely. Because you'll lose a little bit of health using the sledgehammer, but you'll probably kill somebody if you can get close enough to them. The point that I'm making here is light has... The entire game revolves around light. That's my hugest fucking issue with light in the finals, is that the game is about him. No matter what you say, no matter... You can say he's the worst class in the game, you can say he's the best class in the game. The game, the finals, is balanced around light. That's an objective fact. That's true. All of the weapons except light weapons are balanced around not killing him that fast. Now, he dies quickly, this is true, but he's given a lot of shit to help him not die fast. The hardest to use gun in the game is subjective, but I would say it's probably a split between the revolver and the KS-23. I don't get mad when I die to the KS-23. That gun's hard to use. But the revolver has 6 shots. Fires sort of fast, moderately. Its reload is actually as long as the AK's, believe it or not. I thought it was fast. It's not. Not fast reload at all. You only get 6 shots, but it gets a ×2 headshot multiplier with a 74 base damage body shot from up to 21 meters. So this thing has no range, doesn't reload very fast, doesn't have a whole lot of bullets, but it's a head clicker, and it will absolutely dominate anyone if you can land headshots. The thing is, though, that is a 300% skill requirement against a class that doesn't have to do any of that shit. It does 74 damage, and it is one of the hardest weapons in the game to use. Now, to pick up and shoot people with it, no, that's not hard. But like to kill and stay alive with it and consistently land shots, that's pretty difficult. But what I'm getting at is, if you're using the revolver and you shoot a light in the head, they should just fucking die. Like, a light should just die. But because the game says, fuck you, it doesn't do 75 damage. It does 74. The hardest to use medium gun with the highest skill ceiling does not reward you for hitting people in the head. It does. This is an over-exaggeration. But what I'm getting at is, if you shoot a light in the head with a revolver, they should just fucking die. But they don't want to do that because it'll make shooting lights in the body a 2-tap. And they don't want to do that. And it's like, why the fuck not? The light has a weapon that 2-taps medium and heavy in the body. Oh, but it has no range and it has a slow reload. First off, no, it doesn't have a slow reload. It's actually quite fast. But also, light can go invisible, he can use smokes, he can use thermal, he can use dash, he can use grapple. He has everything in his, kit to let him close that distance and do all the damage that the double barrel allows him to do. The problem that I have with light is that I don't get any of that shit. I get an AK that does no damage over distance. Yeah, sure, its recoil pattern's alright, but its reload is long as fuck. Its headshot damage is pathetic. And you took my fucking bullets away from me. I cannot count how many times I've been like, I really wish I had 4 more bullets right now. You took 4 bullets from it and then put it on the MP5. And I'm like, why? Why did you do that? Oh, it needed more bullets. Like, then fine, give it more bullets. Don't take mine. The AK and the FCAR's identities are almost identical. And it's starting to show through the cracks that these balance decisions are not what a normal game dev studio would do. A great way to describe this would be the FCAR it has 25 bullets. It has a fast as shit reload. I mean, that thing reloads crazy fast. It's like, what, a second and an eighth? So it's like 1.8. It's fast as shit. It has no recoil, and its damage over distance is incredibly strong. It's a very good rifle, okay? But it can really only do 1v1s. It's not very good at taking out multiple enemies at once. It's a 1v1 gun. But the AK is supposed to be, I can apply suppressive fire for a longer period of time, and I can take down more enemies with the amount of bullets that I've been given. Okay? In order to offset this, it does less damage. And it has slightly stronger recoil. Okay. Well then, yoink. I'll take those 4 bullets. Why? Like, I don't get it. That's such a nothing for no reason change. Oh, it didn't need that many. That was the only thing it had. It had a shitload of bullets. That was its only identity. And you got rid of them. Now there's no point in using it. Because the AK has, it has 7 more bullets when it used to have 12 or 11. Yeah, it had 11 more bullets. 11 more bullets is enough to identify a weapon more than the other one. But now it's like, why would I use the AK, which does lower damage, easier to miss, an actual recoil pattern, and a longer reload, and it doesn't even have that many bullets, over the weapon that can guarantee me a kill? I can aim it, faster reloads, and more damage over distance. And then they went in the complete opposite direction, and the FAMAS is better than both of them. So the FAMAS has like no reload. It's fast as hell. It may not have that many bullets because it has more bullets than the FCAR, but less bullets than the AK. However, you can only fire it 7 times before you have to reload. So it's click. You only do that 7 times, then you gotta reload, as opposed to holding it down. But it has some of the best damage over distance. It doesn't have a recoil pattern. Its headshot multiplier is really good. It has no reload like length. It's really fast to reload. And so I'm sitting here thinking, why would I ever use the AK? Oh, it's easy to use. So's the FCAR. So's the FAMAS. Well, like, that's the point I'm trying to make. If you want these weapons to be good and have their own identity, let them have it. And then they get scared of, like, the FAMAS, sorry, the Cerberus needed a buff. Bad. Like, bad. The Cerberus definitely needed a buff. I can tell you because I used that thing religiously. I liked the Cerberus when it first came out. And I'm here to tell you, objectively speaking, that shit was ass. That shit fucking sucked. Now, the new buff to the Cerberus is good. However, they nerfed the model in the same patch. So the model no longer two-shots mediums, which is good. But like the model's whole thing is it has the best range of any shotgun in the game. SA-12 has the most bullets. KS-23 is the slug with the highest base damage per effective range. And then the double barrel has the highest base damage, period, with the lowest ammo count. The Matter has the most consistent damage over distance. The Cerberus does fire damage, and the model is supposed to do the most damage over distance. The model now does the most damage over distance, however, its reload is long as shit. It's not very good. Like, believe it or not, you will actually lose most encounters up close to most other shotguns to the model. The model will lose to the Cerberus, it will lose to the SA-12. I don't think it'll lose to the KS-23, I could be wrong. But the point I'm making is, you don't have to nerf the other shit to make the other shit good. Right? You can just keep them all good. Now, I believe the model should not have done 130 damage from 20 meters away. That's fucking insane. And it's been doing that for 6 seasons. That's ridiculous. But I'm not gonna sit here and go, oh yeah, it's totally okay that I did 102 damage up close. Like, that's absurd. Because the Cerberus does more than that. And it fires faster. And it reloads faster. And then it sets you on fire. So I'd be okay with the Cerberus buff, but the model needed a little bit of love. I feel like it needs to do like 110, you know? But, you know, all things considered, the finals is pretty generally well balanced. And I would be okay with them trying to return to a more how do I explain this? I would be okay with them returning to a more faster paced version of the game. Give everybody like 3 more damage on like every weapon. And just see how strong everything is, and then we can really see. But I think that would break a lot of shit. Alright. But if there are 2 things in this game that need to be changed, and they need to be changed so fast. I'm so glad the taser's gone. Oh my god, this is the most fun I've had in the finals in like 6 seasons. But, ow. The main thing is, the bow and the throwing knives don't need infinite ammo anymore. They really don't. They don't need infinite ammo anymore. The infinite ammo and the throwing knives made sense initially because their damage was so low. But then they made them easier to use, and then they gave them a completely unnecessary damage buff, and then nerfed that damage buff, and then reverted the fucking removal of the nerfed buff. I don't get that. What the fuck? 60 damage on a knife. They used to do like 50 or something. 55 would have been fine, but 60, 120 damage when one click, and then on a headshot, 140. Like, god damn, dude. And then the right click needed a buff because it was bad. It was objectively shit. That's just a fact. But I don't understand their thought process of, I am big now. I don't understand their thought process behind, ah yes, this weapon does a shitload of damage and has no damage fall off. What does it also need? No reload. Why? The bow does a shitload of damage, and the throwing knives do a shitload of damage, and they always do that damage, and you can make it do, like, you can make it stronger. But then they're like, yeah, no, if we made it reload, it would remove its identity. Yeah, but you did that with the fucking rifles! I don't know, dude. That was fast. That was 30 gigs. That's fast. I hope you like it, Thomas. Monster and Wilds is really good. The steppe town perished.
Do they continue to normalize death?
Aren't you in the interrogation yet, Bachelor? You're supposed to be there. What's going on outside?
Vita nostra brevis est, brevi finietur.
And Chief, did they summon you because of Thanatica? Will the order shut the laboratory down be revoked, postponed? I believe I was summoned because of the sand plague. They fear the epidemic might actually spread here. You're the doctor who first discovered this deadly epidemic. This dirt disease. Is it true that it killed off a whole steppe town in a week? 25,000 dead? Listen to me, all of this is just hearsay. Please leave our director alone. He has important work to do, and you, Chief, should hurry off now. Your appointment is at 8. Now answer me this. Since you're the only one in charge, is it true or not? You said this disease was already in the capital? Never said that. I said they believe the epidemic might already have spread here. That is what I said. And the bureaucrats are usually wrong. Nah, I'd win. Day 8, in which the Bachelor says farewell to hopes and tries to flee the doomed steppe town. You can go no further. Quarantine. Enough calling, it was I who set up the quarantine in the first place. I didn't recognize you at first glance. You've changed quite a bit after a week in our town. I am Savar Kremenets, number 72, the last of the Volunteer Orderlies Corps. Since you're here, consider this my resignation. Do not accept your resignation, there's still hope. You promised to save our town, but all you leave behind are ashes and graves. What lies ahead of you is not the step, but a fog of uncertainty. Where will you go now, oh man who lost to death? What a way to talk to me, 72. Grow too fond of your mask, abide by the protocol, and stop with the implications. People who whisper rumors that the only doctor in town plans to abandon them to flee, the most fortunate, the survivors, already plan their own escapes. Could they be saved? Quarantine means quarantine. Each decision leads to regret each day, each step the abyss. How can one sleep after that? Nightmares multiply in darkness. It's their nutrient medium, just like blood for a plague. Bonfires will light my path. The light of salvation burns and then fades. Like hope, like someone's life on a hospital bed. Do you think you'll manage to escape? She already follows you, trying to reach you. She won't just let you leave. Death? You're a fool, Bachelor Dankovsky. Conscience. Of course it's conscience. You cannot run from your conscience, not even on a train. Now you'd be lucky to even board that train alive. And what form your conscience assumes, that is on you and your broken imagination. Move to the other corner. There we go. No time to wax philosophical. The fog thickens, the bonfires fade. I still seek a train. Come back to where you came from, Doctor. Try to become your old self again. Just don't forget the matches. Did all you could, 72. Obi. Well, I could say it runs better than Pathologic 2, that's for sure. Yeah, Pathologic 3 appears to be the Bachelor's perspective. So to anybody that might be... We'll turn this down for a little bit. To anybody that might be confused about what's going on right now, this is Pathologic 3. Not to be confused with Pathologic 2, or Pathologic 1, or Pathologic Remastered, or Pathologic HD, or Pathologic. Here's the story. These are all the same game. And that's true. Pathologic Original was a cult classic because it was very, very good. The very first Pathologic was released in Russia by Ice Pick Lodge Studios. It was, according to the Russian people that played it, a masterpiece. However, the translation was so bad... Here, I'll just make myself bigger, that way you know that I'm talking. The English translation from the developers was so bad, the game was unplayable. You actually just couldn't really understand what was going on unless you had a fan patch. A fan patch came out called Pathologic HD. This was better and updated a few things, but it was mostly just a texture remake. while everything might have been a little easier to understand, it was majoritively still kind of not super received well. Then Pathologic Remastered came out. Pathologic Remastered opened up a lot of people's eyes in the West, and we got to play the game. It had a much better translation, and it was a lot more fun, but it was majoritively the same game, and it was panned as, holy shit, what the fuck is going on? This is the greatest game I've ever played. Then, many years came by, and Pathologic 2 comes out. Pathologic 2 was sabotaged by Hype Train and the producers that made it, or that helped make it. It received no marketing, it received hardly any budget, and it received hardly any support whatsoever, which is why Pathologic 2 is considered unfinished. In the original Pathologic, here's how the story goes. You play as a doctor. Now, there are technically 3 of them. One of them is not exactly a doctor, but there's Bachelor, there's the Haruspex, and there's the Changeling. The Bachelor is a man of science. He's the guy we're playing as right now. He's Bachelor Denkovsky. The Bachelor is a man that says, I know that there is a cure to death. I know that we can cure death. Because death is not an ailment, it is a state of mind. And it is something that you can cure through hard work, determination, and something that can prove. You can prove to me that necrosis is reversible. Now, we as people, we aren't doctors and we're not up our own asses. We know that when you die, that's kind of it. But in the world of Pathologic, something's always happening and you never know. In the second character, you play as the Haruspex. He's considered the hard mode character, which is why Pathologic 2 was so fucking hard to some people, because he's the hard mode character, and in Pathologic 2, you can only play as the Haruspex. The Bachelor was not playable. The Changeling was not playable. The Haruspex is a man of the steppe. The Bachelor comes from the city. The Haruspex comes from the urban environment, which is the steppe. He's naturally a man of how do you cure a broken ankle? A bandage and, mother's milk. That's how the steppe people act. But he went off to war and became a field medic. He's not exactly a doctor, but he is a man of medicine. The steppe people believe, hey, something is afoot, something is bad, something bad is happening. Well, it's up to you and how you play the game to acknowledge, to feed into, to deny. You don't have to believe that you're a man of science. You don't have to be a man of spirit, but you can be what you want to be. And that's a really great way to play the game. The Changeling is the one I know the least about. She's where the pure spiritualism comes from the game. Full disclosure, the game is not real, but it is real. It's a story. It's a story to be told. And the way that story is told is via a play. Pathologic is as real as you want it to be. And that's where the meat and potatoes of the fucking story comes from. You can completely believe that everything is happening is 100% real. And the game will let you think that. Or you can follow the script. And all actors know what happens in the script. It's just up to you to read it. And that's where the fun comes from, because you can replay this game a bunch and you can do all sorts of shit. And there's tons of ways for this shit to go down. And now, granted, there's only 2 endings and everybody's got a little individual ending or whatever. But the way that the game presents itself is so fucking awesome. And I love it so much. So what is the conflict in Pathologic, right? What's the conflict? Well, there's a plague, and this plague is killing people. It has a 99% mortality rate. Okay? Well, how do you cure it? Well, this is way past the Black Plague era, and we know that we cure the Black Plague by washing our fucking hands and not being disgusting peasants. And so the Black Plague goes away. Now, you can still get it these days, but you have to really try. You can't just walk along the street and go get the Black Plague. It's not going to happen. But the way that this is called the sand pest, okay? So how do you approach a plague? Well, it depends on the doctor you are. Denkovsky says a plague is a virus, and a virus can be fixed through medicine. The Harusvek says the plague is alive, and it can be fixed through spiritual means, but also understanding that your body needs its own resistances to live off the land and fight things that are naturally going to affect you. And the Changeling says you need to cut off the arm that's infected, because that's the only way to fix the host. And sometimes the host is the one that needs to be cut off. The Changeling I know the least about, but she's pretty interesting from a spiritualistic perspective. The number one thing that you need to take from this is that this is the greatest story game I have ever played. Its atmosphere is phenomenal. Its gameplay, absolutely terrible, and I fucking hate it. Some of the hardest survival aspects ever. In fact, the survival aspects for Pathologic 2 were so fucking hard that the devs added survival sliders to make the game easier, but they literally tell you don't use them unless you want a hard or an easy and unimportant experience to affect you. This game is hard. It's very fucking hard. You're going to die. You're going to lose. You're not going to get the best ending. You're going to fail. And that's what the game wants you to do. They want you to play it over and over so you can understand that, hey, these people have schedules. Some people get infected on these days. Some people don't get infected. Some houses are good for looting. Some houses are bad for looting. But if you understand what you're supposed to do and you read the script, then you will be able to make those decisions in a hasty time in a quick environment. Now, here's something that is phenomenal. I love it so much. It's like one of the... I literally cannot think of a single other game that does it like this. When you die, it's considered a failure of the script. It's considered the actor messing up. When you're on stage and you walk and fall off stage, well, they have to stop what they're doing because you fucked up. And the director is a mean sumbitch. He don't like messing up. He's got to play. He's an artist, and he cultivated everything that's happening around you, okay? But every theater has a critic, and everybody's their own worst critic. But also, when you're performing for somebody, when you make a play for somebody, when you have a stream, when you do something, you have a sense of immersion, and this immersion can only be applied if the players and the people and the actors do their job. If the director is yelling on screen, the people in the audience are going to know. That's why everybody needs to learn their script and follow their lines. But when you die in Pathologic, you fuck up. Also, when you die, the game saves immediately. There's no save scumming in this game. You can't do it. It saves fucking instantly. Now you can try to re-roll it, but guess what? You've only got one save file. I think, but I'm pretty sure that's how it is. But there's no save scumming, I know that. So here's the thing. When you die, it opens up cracks in the world. Okay, I'm making a mistake. The immersion is breaking. The director is getting angry and the audience is leaving. So the game looks different. There's trees growing out of the ground. There's spouts of water where there's not any water supposed to be. And people don't really enjoy talking to you all that much. Well, how are you supposed to give and take and back and forth and improv if your fellow actors don't participate? That's the biggest issue. Now, every time you die, the game gets even harder. You have 100 HP. You have 100 thirst. You have 100 exhaustion. When you die, you lose a little bit of it. 100 thirst is already very hard to deal with. Now imagine you have fucking 80 or worse. That becomes a problem. And now the faucets don't work. And now water's hard to get. And now people don't want to fucking talk to you, so you can't even trade with people that might have water. And now you're thirsty. So then you die, and you die, and you die, and you die, and you die, because this game is hard. And this gentleman walks up to you, and he says, hey, you're having a hard time. And I know you're having a hard time. And I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt that you tried your best. So, make a deal. Let's make a deal. I'll get rid of all of your worries. I'll fix your health. I'll fix the world. I'll fix all of that. You don't got to worry about none of that anymore. That's water under the bridge. It's dust in the wind. Piss in the plane. You just got to take my deal. I'll get rid of all your worries. You just got to take my deal. You go, okay. What is the deal? I can't tell you that. I can't tell you what the deal is. I just understand, if you want the game to be easier and nicer to you, you have to take my deal. Well, if you don't take the deal, you have to live with all the downsides, and you have to suffer in the town in the same way the people are. They're dealing with it just like you are. They're having trouble getting water. You're having trouble getting water and food, and you're probably infected. Good God, don't get infected. Holy shit. You can cure it. It is so hard to do that, but you can do it. So you look him in the eye, and you think, well, I've already set all the sliders all the way to the easiest part that I can possibly do it. What's one more thing to make it just a little easier? And you shake his hand. And you go, all right, my health is fine, my water's fine, my food, my exhaustion, and now I can sprint for as long as I want. That's an exaggeration. You can't do that. But everything's fine again. And the world's good. Everything's fine. All right. And now that I know what I'm doing, I'm going to do my best to save as many people as I can now that I don't have these ailments about me. All right, cool. You do the best you can. You save everybody. Everybody's saved. That's really hard to do, by the way, but you did it. You fucking did it. Congratulations. You saved everyone. All right. All right, where's my payoff? Where's my ending? Shouldn't have taken the deal. Your trade for an easier experience is the ending. You literally give up your payoff, all of your work, all of your hard work, all 12 days of suffering for nothing, because you wanted it to be easier, because you couldn't put up with the trials and tribulations of Pathologic. You are a stupid motherfucker. Because you took the deal. You literally give up everything. All of your hard work because you wanted it to be easier. Next time? Maybe next time read the script. This game is so fucking good. And I don't know if Pathologic 3 is going to be as good, but I'll tell you right now, if you really, really want, I'm one of the dumbest people when it comes to understanding subtext. Like, I thought mouthwashing was stupid. I did not like that game at all. Pathologic 2 is one of the greatest story games I've ever played. I honest to God, you should play Pathologic 2. And then you need to go follow Ice Pick Lodge on Twitter and wait for Pathologic 3 and wait for 4. And holy shit. It's so good. When you say that, do you mean you get a bad ending or you don't get to beat the game? Imagine you have a huge script of papers, and at the very end of the script, it tells you how the game ends. Well, here's your ending. Here's your ending. Here's your ending. Oh! Shouldn't have taken the fucking deal then, huh? I'll let you interpret that how you want. Day before. Seeking a cure to old age and death. Isidore Baruch. This is the Haruspex's father. I was dismayed to learn that the powers that be intend to shut down the laboratory that earned its renown through your thanatology research. Hey, shut the fuck up! Is it true they branded your work scientific extremism? Some deem the study of death, aging, and necrosis futile. I've found a case that will silence them or restore your good name. Simon Kane, the ruler of our town, is a living example of inexplicable longevity. Come at once. This discovery could be a sensation. Save your lab and bring your fame. Your faithful colleague, Isidore Baruch. I've already spoken to Simon. He agreed to assist a scholar of your renown in this endeavor. We have great respect for daring ideas and far-fetched projects. Gutters. Hey, baby. Hey. Baby dog.
If we have the right conditions. Our current ones are only good for inventing penicillin. It's mold all the way down.
They're coming for us. If they catch you here, there'll be no telling. You could even be arrested.
Like old Professor Laurier used to say, every cobbler should stick to his last.
Shall I continue? The ruling goes on with Thanatisha, the nation's only laboratory specializing in novel life extension techniques, comes across as pseudoscientific wild goose chase. This so-called effective immortality project. There will be an inquiry based on our results of the Academy's Special Commission, which, as you know, Karlovich is on. They'll wipe the floor with you, Karlovich, and he'll just throw up his hands like he did with the immunology affair last year. He's not going out on a limb for you. Isn't it him in July going around here saying he was disappointed, or do I have him mixed up with someone? It happens when you're tired. Karlovich will help me if I present clear evidence. Oh, but there's more. As according to the number of scientists, including Voronin, Zegler, and Vilanovich, achieved significant breakthroughs, we can skip this part. There, in the view of academic council, deeming it lack of any prospects whatsoever, the only rational course of action would be to suspend the research, transfer the laboratory to the purview of the Chemistry Institute, and dismiss its staff. I can recite it to you from memory. Perhaps you could retell it in verse, Platon? If it would calm you down, put things in a broader perspective. Sooner lose a wife, an arm, and an eye than Thanatisha. You don't have a wife. Given the way you live, you never will. Well, I've got you and Platon. There's still hope, Bachelor. If we present them that immortal man from the central step. What's his name? Chine? Even? Kane. Simon Kane. No time, colleagues. No time. They're already climbing the stairs. Dankovsky, you need to run. There will be no commission while you're gone. You can stall the proceedings. Go and fetch us an immortal right away. I'll tell them you're away on that trip. For once, the red tape will play into our hands. We'll stall. Reports, audits, you name it. An appeal. All else fails? But if they find you, they'll convene and force us to testify, and we won't be able to wriggle out of it. I agree. If you leave before you're handed the ruling, their fault. But if you wait until afterwards, that's obstruction. They won't miss a chance to hold it against you. They'll use whatever pretext they can. What about you two? What do they want with us? You're the big name scientist, so act like it. You're the one they need, and that Shang person is just who you need. I'm not leaving you. For God's sakes, Playton, shall we toss him out the window? Sit there here, hear their voices. They must be deciding whose head is hard enough to batter down the door. Get out, the eastbound train departs at 4:15. Thank you, I will not let us down. One last thing, have a look at this while you're on your way. You've been promising to for 3-4 months already. You never found the time. A tool for studying tuberculosis and an air humidity thing. Been 6 months putting this together. It really does respond to humidity. Oh, yeah, the goggle. Yeah, the Bachelor gets a goggle to find the sand plague. Makes it a little easier on him. We have more pressing issues right now, case in point. He's trying to be funny or what? Get out! Use the back door and don't come back without you're immortal. Good luck, thank you.
Need to do the reverse transcriptase test again. Pretty sure we missed the heat mark in the 4th series.
Just one more thing. Take care of yourself. You're so reckless, head always in the clouds. You don't really know how to fend for yourself, do you? Do you even care about yourself? What's the worst that could happen? We're all doomed without you. No crying in the laboratory, it'll be alright. Are you armed? I am armed with my vast intellect and quick wit. As long as I can open my mouth, I won't know what hit him. Daniel, are you armed? I am. At least I can shoot myself with this if I fail. But have you even used it? Please take this seriously. Best I can do is point it at someone and pretend it's loaded. Might not work on bears, though. Well, at least point it then. It'd be very persuasive sometimes. Best of luck to you. That is a Webley.
Freeze!
The Webley is a British-made revolver, yes.
I'm Daniil Denkovsky, Bachelor of Medicine. My research into the limits of human life has brought me renown. I've devoted all my energy and remarkable intellect to combating the greatest fear that binds humanity, the inevitability of imminent death. Seeking proof of my theories, I traveled to a small, steep town to examine a person of phenomenal longevity, Simon Kane. But I walked into a trap. The moment I arrived there, an unknown disease struck the town. It devoured the town like a wildfire. Its contagion and lethality surpassed anything humanity had ever faced. And I became the only doctor standing in the way of this unprecedented pestilence.
That better not be it. It was 20 gigs.
Reverence for hierarchy, idolatrous veneration, and other useful life skills.
Go back to your testimony, Bachelor Denkovsky. So this is an interrogation. Let's try to remain level-headed. The ministerial inspection of your lab, Thanacia, began in early September. Your presence was required at all times. Instead, you dashed off across the country to a backwater town to bring back what might be described as clear evidence of Thanaticia's work had potential. Yes, this town had an outbreak of some fever the scientific community had no knowledge of. As luck would have it, you were the only medical professional at the site of the event. You were forced to remain there since leaving was impossible. You led the effort to combat the epidemic and evidently took on some field research as well. Accurate so far? Accurate. You did not succeed. A complete failure. It goes without saying that one would be foolish to fault a medical specialist in a situation like yours. The remoteness, the lack of communication, the hostile environment, terrible conditions for scientific work. What doctor could have possibly succeeded in those? No one blames you. On the contrary, many stopped just short of saying I deliberately brought the infection to the capital. Perhaps I should have walled myself in the lab, report pinned to my corpse. Oh, now we're from the role of the inspector. This is who we're playing as, the Bachelor. Said I don't blame you, didn't I? Besides, that ordinance from last year. What? Something surprise you? Suppose we can't rule out a setup. Too many coincidences. That letter about Simon lures me to the town. No one shows me Simon, the whole place locks down, trapping me. And while I'm left to die, Thanaticia is destroyed just before a scientific breakthrough. My final hours are spent studying the sand pest. Crafty, I must admit. You alone, Denkovsky? My impression is of countless people occupying the same shell over these past 2 hours. What do you want to know? What I could have done? Alright, my first idea was quarantine. I needed time to study the disease, so I isolated patients in their homes. No, I isolated entire districts. I tried to get at least a day ahead of it. It was spreading too swiftly, but of course I ensured that no one could leave the town. And the steps you took only shortened the lifespan of the settlement. You refer to the popular discontent? I didn't need love from them, only discipline. Difficult surgery can't be performed on a resisting patient. That's why patients get tied up, held down, and anesthetized. Every step I took was justified, or the town wouldn't have lasted those 7 days. I spent 12 days in the Gorkin area. My file on my desk here. You familiarized yourself with it, correct? The mind map, it's back! So, the mind map, I agree with Mandalore Gaming on this, is one of the best ways to set a journal up, ever. So here's what happens in the mind map. This one's a little different than the other game. But basically, the mind map starts off with, what do you do? Well, go and do shit. When you do shit that's important, it logs it in the mind map. When you have enough of an understanding of the area, the mind map will create a node list of wires and frames like a spider web. And when you complete those things surrounding it, it will come to a new conclusion that creates its own web. And it's nice. Basically, think of a journal that leads in the same direction forward, but it can go in 3 separate directions. And once you complete what you complete, when that day is over, it will come to a conclusion that sums up what that day means. The immortal man is dead. This whole stupid venture of mine turned out to be useless. The whole reason the Bachelor went to the step was to find Simon Kane. On the 2nd day out of 12, the dude's dead! Well, what did I do on the 1st day? Courage, Dankovsky. This Simon Kane is your only chance to save Thanatisha. I can't meet him. I went to the end of the world chasing nasty rumors. Settled in Stillwater, a local lady was nice enough to let me live with her. I found the Polyhedron, an incredible tower overlooking the bridge square. But the Polyhedron is closed. The entrance is boarded off, and it has no bearing on my task anyway. I have no reason to be there. What's this little node here? That's on day 10, and that's related to Settled in Stillwater. This unique interaction is because I met this woman. Chaos and panic on day 1. People have lost their minds. It's madness out there. Stabbings, tearing clothes off corpses. They say someone important has died. Who could that be? It's a trap. On day 4, we figure out Simon Kane never existed. Could it be that it was invented to lure me to this place? This looks like it was a choice of mine. They think I'll have to cure the infection if I'm stuck here with it. I never swore the Hippocratic Oath to the violators of free will. So Dankovsky chose, this is a choice. I chose to not want to help this town. Escape at any cost at 4 days. I failed to escape. I failed to get out of the town. I was disgracefully apprehended at the station and the trap was sprung. And then the Shabnak. The plague spreads across the town. I see things in the infected districts and things that are not there. Going to day 2. A sick dog, a little boy caught my sleeve, anxious about some mongrel. A sick dog is no concern of the Bachelor. He should go to the local sawbones. I swore off dealing with animals while I was doing my residency. If you played Pathologic 2, the kids have a funny little game that they like to play. And the kids act as animals. That was a choice that the Bachelor made without me. I can't meet Simon Kane. Do immortals die? Only if you can come and visit them, Dankovsky. No need to waste any more time in this dusty little town. The Bachelor's decided because I can't find the immortal man, it's time to leave. But there never was a Simon Kane. The station is all but dead. No trains are coming. And the immortal man is dead. A crude sprawl has a nasty smell. Do they at least have sewers? And the air has gone black. These are events that happen regardless of any choice that I have. People light bonfires. Some filth creeps down the streets, making the skin of those infected crumble like sand in 5 hours. Never seen anything like it. So basically on day 2, Simon Kane is not real. There's no reason for Dankovsky to be here. On day 3, there's a plague in the town. On day 4, it's as if Simon Kane was created to lure Dankovsky to the step. On day 5, there's no more clues. Everyone who could know anything about Simon Kane's death, or if he even existed at all, is dead. Oglimsky's daughter told me the man who saw Simon Kane last hides in the warehouses. The last witness, Stock Rubin, is dead. Marina Kaina promised one of her friends who'd tell me all about the town's fate, but all I found were some drunks mourning a corpse. This Dankovsky sucks, dude. He's like, every side mission has failed. On day 6, The sand pest is unique. No one has ever dealt with a disease like this. Shabnak steps. The town's clinging to hope. Lack of thought, lack of power. People listen to the charlatans. They are ignorant, our people. The Harusfex, a local dropout, not even a witch doctor, just a butcher, and they still believe him. The crazy changeling. The beatific girl who claims she's a saint is even worse. These are the other two people that you can actually meet and talk to, and they have their own things of how to deal with the sand pest. Only question is, who does it right? The plague has burned almost everything. Science can do nothing about the disease. It can't be stopped. On day 7, the Inquisitor's arrival hasn't saved the town. It has at last broken its spine. On day 8? On day 8 and day 9, the town is beheaded. No more rulers, no more heirs, and the inheritance will be gone any day now. The army is bringing in the cannons. The powers that be have already signed the death warrant. It is your warrant. Is it your death warrant, Denkovsky, or is it the warrant of the whole town? Eva Jan has taken her own life. Because of you, Denkovsky. Of course, it's because of you. Stillwater's owner, the woman that housed us and met us, has taken her own life. And it looks like it was a choice that Denkovsky could have done and just chose to not do it. Crowds and anarchy rule the town. Spasmi mortis. The town's agony nears its final rest. The plague smiles on its ruins. The plague triumphant. The sand pest has devoured the entire town. The crack of gunfire. Drunken army goons shoot whichever way they please. The miracle tower tilts and cracks. Death is victorious. Bachelor Denkovsky has suffered a disgraceful defeat. The immortal Simon Kane is dead. The town is dead. And Bachelor Denkovsky has died. This is the mind map that tells its own story. The Bachelor made some of the worst choices possible, and it led to the death of the entire town. Some people say that it's better to save a few than all, or to a few than none, but it looks like he didn't save anybody in this. This has got to be the worst ending you can possibly get for Denkovsky.
Your talent doesn't have too many admirers. Everyone's against you. Segla, Vilanovich, Voronin. Shall I continue?
Why are you looking at me like that? It's as if you're seeing this for the first time. This is a great way to explain what's going on. This is the first time. It's not like I've rummaged through your papers. This is from the perspective of me, JFJ, who is playing as Denkovsky. I've never seen this. So why would Denkovsky, why would I have any knowledge of this if I've never seen this? No, not the first time. You showed me 2 hours ago at the start of our conversation. This is from the perspective of Denkovsky, the character, the player. I'm sorry, but what's written here is utter nonsense. This isn't how it happened at all. This is from the perspective of someone who's never played the game before. Facts lifted from their context, twisted into new ones. You know the worst lie is a partial truth. And this is from the perspective of an actor. Alright, let's look at the 5th day. Remember when you seemingly admitted the vaccine was possible? You had volunteers brought to you and inoculated them with sandpest. You still with me, Denkovsky? Look me in the eye. Are you there? No, incorrect from the start. You intend to provoke me with a preposterous document? What is your goal? Does it matter? You've said enough in 2 hours to not only be fired from your department, but also tried as a criminal. I won't be intimidated. I'm a doctor, a scientist. Do you hear me? I've come back from a hell the phantasms of a nightmare could never portray. And I worked there as a doctor. You understand? A doctor. Not an exterminator or an inquisitor, not a police inspector or army commander. I'm a medical professional. You're an intelligent man, Dr. Dankowski, one with decisive judgment, unafraid to make mistakes and answer for them. I admire you. Enough with that tone. Don't you grow tired of it yourself? Put this on record. That Blackwater didn't have a hospital, understand? It did not have a hospital, but it did have a theater. So I repurposed it, somewhat, into a hospital. I studied patients there. Creating a vaccine was the priority. That's what I did. I vaccinated people. Does each Pathologic start off by showing you the worst ending and you can fix it? It kind of started that with Pathologic 2, and it appears that it's following it into 3. The game is physically showing you how badly you can mess up. And it looks like this Dankowski right here is the worst one. An hour ago, you said the vaccine is impossible. Creating a vaccine isn't as simple as brewing a cup of tea. The disease mutated fast. This is why there's no cure for AIDS. The scientific community... I know that was off the rip, but, like, that's a medical thing. Like, oh, hey, if this thing acts like it's alive. Well, we have many diseases that do that. Scientific community had never seen anything like it. I had to create a vaccine every day. Do you understand? A new one each time. All the while, I had no equipment, no lab. I had to improvise new methods in a matter of minutes. The records from the 5th day state out of 780 patients vaccinated, 412 died? Excuse me. Got an achievement. Day 5, in which the Bachelor winds up the people and has to rewind. Just Jay to open the mind map. Today. 3rd one at the hospital. The plague runs rampant. I still hope to find a vaccine, but for now, only the quarantine protects people. What have I done beforehand? Nothing? I have no context for this. Mind state and health. Outer scale represents your mind state. Increasing mania is indicated by the scale going clockwise. Increasing apathy, counterclockwise. Avoid both extremes as they will hinder your health and abilities. Use consumables in your inventory to combat that. Inner scale represents your health. Okay, so it's kind of hard to see. I'll move. The green is mania. I'm currently going insane. Apathy is lack of giving a shit. The worst thing that you can have is a doctor that doesn't care. Okay, so these guys are tragedians. Have you ever, like, they're stagehands. They are here to help you and guide you, but sometimes they lie. So you gotta be careful, but you also, they're pretty important. If you see one of these guys, it's a big deal. Senor, you're here. On the stage once more, the man who made a hospital out of. The theater will have eyes on him aplenty. Do you know what the orderlies behind your back are whispering? No, what are they saying? They say you have a seesaw in your head. They picture you a man atop a board, atop a barrel, gun in hand, aiming as you roll and teeter to and fro. Seesaw in my head. Extremes, senor. Extremes can kill you dead. One moment mired in apathy, the next in mania. Trying to do everything at once, you're caught between your pounding heart and 2 hesitating feet. A man of impulse, yet sometimes paralyzed. That there is your seesaw. Fair enough criticism, but how else could I be? As we stand here in old theater, let me then play the doctor and prescribe balance. The golden means, though you may yet be swept to Scylla or to Chartibus. And even now, what do you feel? As soon as you approach, the sick, indifferent, and gloom begin to burden you. I feel as though I'm already exhausted, already anticipating failure. The thought alone drains my strength. Is there a time loop, knowledge between playthroughs? no, but not no, but not yes. You gotta play it. The strongest treatment is right here, the same we use to numb the hopeless sick. These drugs may work for you as well, but mind that as you take them, you become accustomed to them, and you'll need more and more each time. Isn't that extreme measure? But there are other ways as well. A drink and a smoke, perhaps. Things you may not expect can stabilize you. To warm yourself by the fire or wash yourself in cool water. Even kicking a trash bin in frustration. You will know what helps you best. You are a scientist, so experiment. I should be looking to keep myself together with the bare minimum. I can't afford to lose focus when dealing with patients. And yet, it wouldn't hurt to take some pills with you. Who knows what madness lies ahead? Take something from the hospital's supplies. Besides the other fronts you struggle on, there is a struggle with yourself, senor. And what could be harder? I remember and I dread. Is there even a reason to talk? Apathy. Because my state is so fucked, I don't give a shit. So these people trying to talk to me can't talk to me.
Think. Damn it.
And now I can talk to them. Sava Kremenitz, number 72. I'm an orderly on quarantine duty. What are your instructions? Sava Kremenitz, here are your orders. Take a dozen trusted people with you. I'm reassigning you to the cemetery. Burials, cremations, and all that. You're dismissed. Marat Tikaikin, number 28. Started my shift at 10. What's our plan for today, Doctor? Of the 780 vaccinated patients, how many have died? Give me a second. 401. That's 412. I've been catching those longs as you instructed. You know, the rare cases where they get infected but resist the sand pest for some time? Got 3 again today. Over there on the platform stage. I told you yesterday that they have to be kept separate. Of course it was clear. Why wouldn't it be? But what do we do with them now? Shall I take them away? It's better than nothing. Doctor, last night we had a chat amongst ourselves and there's something we don't get. What's, like, the point of figuring out what those longs are sick with besides the sand pest? You're gonna die either way. How does it help us if we figure out what they also have? Anemia? I don't know, measles? On top of the earthen plague, I mean. We make each day's vaccine from those who are fighting off the current strain of the pest. The strain of the day. Do you understand? You're dismissed for now. I'm here to raise a collective complaint, Doctor. These cloaks, they're uncomfortable, sir. They make it hard to use your hands, and you can't see a damn thing through the mask. On top of that, we have to burn them every night because each time we've been to an infected area. What can we do? There's nothing else we can use, but the town theater has a warehouse worth of these costumes. Sneezy baby. Sneezy baby, Tyrion, sneezy baby. That's the Harspex.
Mendy.
It's good to see him again. It's broken, or dem. Are the miniscopes broke? What did you want with it, Barack? Made any major advances on that vaccine of yours? Oh no. They say precision instruments help with that kind of thing. Alright, touche. You sure are quick with your snappy retorts. I've done the autopsies for you already. Number 1 and 3 had a gunk in their lungs. Number 2 had it in her bronchia. You're saying it's pulmonary? His lungs. I'm not saying it's anything. I do the cutting, you do the thinking, right? I have my own storyline where I go to do what I deem right, and you'll only have a small part to play. This is true. If you play Pathologic 2, you play as this guy, and you talk to the Bachelor like 4, 5 times max? And the Bachelor fucking makes everything worse in this guy's playthrough. The Bachelor's like, I need everybody that's a good doctor. Well, the Harspec's a field medic, and he can cut people open, and people don't get mad at him for it, because people don't like that. It's like a custom. Don't cut people's bodies open that's sacred. Well, he can do it. So he asks him, he's like, okay, there's a bull, and he's over by the repertoire, and we need you to go and see what it is. Well, he goes to it, and he's like, this bull is the cure! I can make the cure to the sand pest out of this bull! It's alive! And it's going to keep making blood, which means I can keep making cures! And Dankovsky's like, I'm not gonna fucking leave some half-dead bull here. Burn it! And Dankovsky burns the bull. And now you have to deal with the fact that I have 5 bottles of cure. Who the fuck do I give these to? Could it be yesterday's technique has proved to be the right one? As your assistant, it's my duty to inform you that among the recipients of yesterday's vaccine, there appears to be 0 mortality. That is to say, no notifications so far. Real shame we can't put them under proper observation in an isolation ward. It would have simplified things. While you were away, I tried my hand at diagnosing using your procedure. I do hope you didn't mistake measles for pneumonic plague. So I noted down symptoms using your approach. I crossed off illnesses based on principle and impossible combinations. But I didn't really get anywhere. You know what, sometimes I try to think like you do. I give it my best, try at that. I do this just so I can understand you just a little. I fail every time. The way your heads work is a complete mystery to me. You have amnesia? Now we're playing as Mr. Little. Went straight to the physical exam. I'll say it again. Getting the patient's medical history or anamnesis is your first priority. There are strictly 3 steps. Step 1, interviewing the patient always comes first. No matter how tongue-tied or confused they are, no matter how much they get wrong, the information is priceless. Even if you're straight up lying, it's still important. Just like if you were an investigator or a detective. You were somehow managing to learn useful things from their lies, but I have no idea. Step 2, the exam. This part requires your utmost attention, and when we take note of anything suspicious, we do it in the context of what the patient has told us. Any trifling bodily detail, a scratch, a bruise, a birthmark, might turn out to be important. Step 3. If required, a careful inspection of the surroundings the patient lived in, especially when you feel they're being coy, evasive, hiding something, in a word, lying, reticence, is never without a reason. That's when it becomes a good idea to go and inspect their home, talk to their neighbor and family. It always adds to the picture. You understand? Understand. Let's get down to it. Look at this cat. Yeah, Tyrion's been a little turd ball lately. I'm healthy, just so you know. I don't have anything. What'd you bring here then? I had a fever, that's why. 2 days of it, for no reason, but I'm better now. I had no scratches on my skin, no yellowing, no sandpaper scratchies, no drought of the mouth. You certain there was nothing on your skin? Go ahead and examine everything, head to toe if you must. I won't be embarrassed. This is a question of life and death, after all. I'm not a young lady anymore. Where did you used to live? Our house was cleared out after the infection came. People were sent wherever there was space. Comfort is a luxury right now. Some were lucky and ended up in an empty living room. Some got an attic or a cellar. Us, we were put in a boiler room. When it reached our street, they rounded up the whole caboodle of us in the isolation ward. Boiler room, was it turned on? Of course, the air was so stuffy in there, I tell you, but there was a silver lining. No sickness can survive that hellfire. That's actually very important. Sudden fever is easily explained then. Physical exam. The patient must be examined and their symptoms added to the casebook. Open the casebook M. This will be done during the examination. Very pale skin. I don't like that. That's bothering me. First, select the patient's suspected symptoms, then choose the appropriate diagnosis. Some symptoms may be incorrect. Oh, this is kind of cool. Yellowing of the skin. No, her skin is pale. Well, she doesn't look, I don't know what that means. Ichthyosis? Bleeding ulcers, insect bites, eczema? Eczema is like bumps on your skin. Ulcers, yellowing of the skin, stone disease? Ah! Okay, so, wait, I think I can... It was in the flank, which is on the far right side. She's a smoker. She has a fever. Okay, well, let's... Ah, here we go. It doesn't go very far. Her chest looks fine. That little... Might be a little hard to see on the stream, but she got a little circle here. Aha! On her arms! This stupid bitch! This stupid bitch! There's no lesions, bitch! Hematoma. Doesn't that mean, like, blunt force trauma? The back of her arms. Her skin is so pale. Texture error right here. Her legs. Her feet. No, don't be fucking weird. Her feet are weird. They're bothering me. Is there something I can place down about that? They're a different color than her skin. It's not stating anything. Maybe I'm just weird. Spin it around for me. Throw it back. Ask her about those, I may have missed something. Let me look again. How do I talk to her? I need to talk to her more. I wasn't able to look at her mouth. Allow me to call my assistant. Call Mr. Denkovsky, I'm here and ready to heed. Mr. Little, we have a patient here. She's claiming to be in good health despite having a fever a few days ago. Do we take her word for it? If she's had a fever, we have to find it. Remember this, a patient's self-evaluation may be incorrect. That's why you must ask specific questions about the symptoms, about what's come up during the exam, about the patient's circumstances to daily life. I'll demonstrate. Observe and learn, Mr. Little. I won't be around forever. The patient is running a temperature. In other words, a fever. Open my casebook, look up fever, and tell me how many conditions is it listed as the symptoms of. 8 of them. 8 diagnoses fit the bill. It's a frequent symptom, which means you just have to find others and narrow down the search. Then do it again and again until you're left with just one verdict. This, Mr. Little, is what's known as a differential diagnosis. The name is self-explanatory. We differentiate between similar things to find the only correct solution to our problem. It's terrible. Let's get down to it then. You look pale, ma'am. Has your skin been like this since birth, or is this pallor recent? It's not like I get to look in the mirror a lot, living in a boiler room and all, but I don't think I've ever been pale. Rich do-nothings are pale. Me, I'm a commoner. So pallor isn't typical for you. We're marking that as a symptom, Mr. Little. Add pallor to the fever in the record. What do we get? Mere 2 conditions. A single symptom, pallor, eliminated 6 out of our 8 candidates. We're left with a choice of just 2. But where did this hematoma come from, my good lady? I mean the bruise over there next to your wrist. Did you bump into something, or is there someone who batters you? Don't worry, there's nothing to be embarrassed of when seeing a doctor. I'm not embarrassed. A bruise? Well, that's news to me. I've never seen it before, and I can't remember anything like that what you're talking about. I certainly wasn't beaten up. She's married. I must have bumped into something myself and forgotten about it with all the fuss. The boiler room is dark and cramped, and that's probably where the bruise is from. Mr. Stankovsky, I'm seeing this hematoma, this fancy bruise. You with us, Mr. Little? Pay attention. She doesn't remember how she got the bruise. She can only guess. The manual provides a more detailed description of the illness for a situation like this. What causes it, who's susceptible, etc. It can give useful clues. And in doubt, read the condition in detail. Practicing medicine takes more than checking symptoms against a list of a schoolboy's diligence. You have to bring your reasoning into it. Here's one way to do it. Tell me, my good lady, do you garden? Do you grow anything? Anything at all, from roses to cucumbers? Cucumbers? Roses? I'm following you at all, Doctor. No, I've never liked digging and shoveling earth and all that. There, earth. Does the boiler room you've been relocated to have an earthen floor by any chance? That's right, it does have an earthen floor. It means dirt. The boiler room isn't really suited for living in, but in these times I'd be grateful to complain. What did you guess, Doctor, about the earthen floor? There was something about earth in the manual. It's simple. All kinds of things can be found in your local soils, including microorganisms capable of disrupting circulation, hence the pallor. The bruises were not caused by trauma. A hematoma appears when blood vessel walls are damaged, either by an external force or, as in this case, an illness. And the infection can be contracted from contact with earth. We found our diagnosis. You're a genius. We're lucky to have a simple and clear case on our hands. Bravo to you anyway. You're a true master of medicine. So the patient has the sand pest alongside what's the other diagnosis? I'm gonna fill in the patient's... What happens to me, Doctor? Where am I to go now? What happens next? You will remain here under observation and your blood will be used for the vaccine. There's hope that everyone can benefit from this. Select all the symptoms relevant and choose a diagnosis. She has... illness, hematoma, and fever. Well, shit, that's not on here. Aha! Hematoma. Illness. And a fever. She has anemic vasculopathy. Final diagnosis. Alright, cool. I like this. This is not in Pathologic 2. Are you gonna burn me? Where'd you get that idea? Not exactly a secret. The whole thing is like putting out a wildfire. If someone's house is under suspicion, it's torched. If someone sneezes, the entire town's district is sealed off. Sick and healthy folks alike. And when there's doubt about a healthy person, it's the isolation ward. Then those who do have the sand pest are marched off and burned. What were your ailments before the epidemic? Didn't have any. Constitution of an ox. Really? None? A cold maybe? Weak spells? Fainting? Rashes? Mottled vision? The occasional itch? Mr. Tiny here told me I could be useful to you before I die. That is, said you can find something inside me that slows the pest down. So go ahead and find it. What do you need? Do you want me to draw some blood? Alright then. Where did they bring you from? I walked here from home. Caught it from my neighbors, soon as the skin on my chest started peeling away. So I waited a day. The neighbors' screams stopped in the middle of the night. I went to check on them in the morning and they were all dead. Me, though, I was alive and walking, and now I'm here. Why do you need to know that? Any minute detail can reveal something. Do you have a family? All on my own. Look at these palms. Skinnery worker? I'm a dryer. Been breathing in poisons for 5 years now. One day it's red, the next it's blue, then it's yellow. Could that be why this fever of yours doesn't do me anything? Toxic pigments. It's a possibility. Oh, damn! 124 beats? That's not good. That doesn't look like stone disease to me. Let's check the back. Nothing. If it's eczema, it should be in a lot more places than just his chest. His arms look fine. His palms look fine. Legs look fine. Yellowed skin, huh? First steps of jaundice. Eczema, high heart rate, and yellowed skin. Didn't that just say rapid pulse? Leave those there for now. That'll be useful to your remedies. My vaccine I'm working on. Please allow me to couple of clarifying questions. The plague, of course, the sand pest. The plague, yes, but there's another condition that's prolonging your life. You said it yourself. Your neighbors didn't survive the night, but you're still holding up admirably. Blow me down. 2 ailments making me healthier than if I only had one? You know best, doctor. What did you want to question me, right? What did you want to question me, right? Question all you want. You complained that the skin on your chest was peeling? It was here, right? In the very middle. I knew right away. Skin turns nasty when you're plagued, right? Eczema. That much is obvious. This symptom can indicate 1 or 2 diseases. How to tell them apart. The skin on your foot is yellowing. Liver conditions could cause this. Have you ever noticed anything like that? Yellowing? On my foot? Oh, that's dye, doctor. I'm a dyer. A tub spilled once. Here's the burn. It's old and it's healed over time. Smaller than paler. Ah, so he doesn't have yellowing skin. Thank you, that clarifies things. We can rule out liver disease. Is that all? Take another look at you. So yellowing of the skin. Rapid pulse. Where is that? Right there. So he doesn't have yellowing of the skin. He has eczema. And he has a rapid pulse. Probably just has a regular old fever. Because there's nothing else that has eczema and a rapid pulse. That's the story of my life and times up to the present moment, but what do you want all these details from me? A half hour's worth of talking and it was all beside the point. I thought you'd be interested to know why the sand pest can't get me. Because I certainly find that fact interesting, I'd even say amazing. None of what you told me was beside the point. Everything was important, especially your chicken pox. Sure you're not overstating my importance, Doc? I'm not. I'm not, and I'd rather you not call me Doc. What do you say? I think Doc is shorter. That's all. Saves time. Well, Gimski corked the terminary shut. Termitary. And you've been guarding it for 6 days? This is the third time you've asked me. May I ask why you distrust me so? So they locked down the termitary to prevent a strike, but that defies all logic. Who knows? At first they said that there'd been a blowout of some kind. Sweet soot. It settled on the walls later, looked like mold. Well, the kin was worried. They're like bees in how they respond to things. Soon as one makes a noise, the rest are unquiet as well. There was a mighty buzz in the hive, perhaps on account of the poisonous soot. Conditions are tough at the tannery, you know. What's going on there now? They're shouting, lots of clamor, and a nasty kind of clamor, too. It's what you'd expect. They're not having a great time, stuck in there like pickles in a jar. No regular meals, not enough drink to go around. The place is, after all, a poorhouse. Our fat man treats his people like cattle. Getting through the day is a struggle. Small wonder they're slamming into walls. If it was up to me... They're disgruntled? You can't lock up a living creature against its will. It's how you turn people into proper beasts. But try so much as hinting at that to our Oglimsky yes men. They're dead drunk on power. It used to be alright working with them, but now I can't stand those guardsmen. There are times when you have to put a free creature under lock and key, say for its own safety. What day do you feel worse than usual? All the time. I used to be as hardy as a bull wrangler. Now I have trouble even standing up for long. I get drowsy, my knees give out, it's embarrassing. I feel like I'm failing everyone. Fatigue. Have you been fatigued for a long time? I don't take a great interest in my own person, Doctor. I've got enough people to spend my attention on as it is, but I have trouble doing my job because of this. It's a rugged man's job. And since you're so preoccupied with my work as a security guard, here's my advice to you, Doctor. You're being too heavy-handed. This lockdown of yours is making people seethe. And a cauldron can only seethe for so long before the lid flies off, even if you screw it down. Care to be examined. Strange redness. Red spots on his face, too. Decent heart rate. 68's fine resting heart rate. Check the back. Back's fine. Could have spilled something on him. Arms look fine. Arms look fine. Oh, what happened to his veins? Oh, they're all over him. They're all over his legs. Got a burn mark there, too. Not all symptoms have been selected. It could be a rash or skin redness. You've noted a symptom that you can ask the patient about. Then maybe I need to highlight the redness. It could be bradycardia. Let me go, will you, Doctor? I don't understand all this commotion about me. What makes me so special? Besides, I got work to do. You're gonna have to forget about your work for now. You must remain at the hospital. I used to guard locked up people, and now I've been locked up myself. That's life for you, isn't it? It's the kind of joke life plays. It's not the same. Frankly, I don't see the point of the termitary lockdown. It's desperation for the Oglimskys. Meanwhile, here you can serve the common good through the vaccine. What do you want me to do? Do I need to give blood or maybe take a pill? You ready to answer a few questions? How long have you had those red spots? Never had clear skin. Not a clear skin life over here. Although, let me think. Actually, yeah, those spots you're pointing at are brand new. You hadn't noticed them yourself? Veins on your leg don't look very healthy. Have you noticed that before? My legs? They're that way from all the time I spend standing up. It's my job as a security guard. 16 hours of standing every day, and old Glimsky won't spare a stool for us to sit down. Says it's not the proper way. Bad for discipline. Working as a guard can easily cause the mundane case of varicose veins. On the other hand, at least 3 promising diagnoses on the vaccine front can manifest as vein issues. There's a syndrome that affects the description, but it mostly affects drunks. So I'd like to ask you, do you consume alcohol? Quantity best described as, God forbid. In my line of work, you must be alert. So my basis hasn't been regular since last year. Quite the contrary, I've been abstaining. Can't stand a drinker myself. Are you being honest with me? This is a crucial question, not one to evade. I'm telling you, it's not regular. I don't have the habit, period. I'm going to your house. Quirine syndrome. But his eyes would be fucked too. The only way to confirm this is to go to his house. Red spots on his face, too. My house? Why on earth, Doctor? I can understand talking to me, filling me up from head to toe, collecting my blood, but searching my home? Like I'm some bandit? What'd I do wrong? Please understand, in order to create a vaccine that can save several hundred people, I must establish what you're suffering from besides the sand pest. Oh well, not at all what I expected from a man of medicine, going off to break into my house. Imagine that. Don't worry, I won't touch anything. I just need to look around. Two patients turned over to the assistant. The third one is a tough nut to crack. A little investigation is needed to clarify his diagnosis. they gonna let me walk around? No fucking way. Could it be your dem that if your kindness were weighted against your wisdom, the wisdom would outweigh that? That's his question, more or less. Wisdom would be the heavier one for certain. Where are the bowls? The bowls were stolen, Erdem. Maybe your bowls perished even. Mother Bodo knows where. It's actually crazy that they're gonna let me walk around. Where am I? So in order to get to this guy's house, I have to head north. That appears to be a... I bet there's a barricade.
Drilling my temples.
Navigating a town. To plot a route, select a district name or marker where I want to go. A dangerous district. Dangerous districts require attention. They cannot be traversed using the map. You'll have to find an arch with a clock that isn't blocked.
My heart aches
changeling.
like it's been pierced with a blunt needle.
What she said was actually super important, but... Listen to me, Bachelor, please. Just set our differences aside. They're accusing me of being the sand plague itself. Don't you laugh at me. You know I'm helping you. We're in this together, working towards one goal. We're just different, so we each do it in our own ways, however we can. You deal in prayers and mesmerism. What other medieval remedies do you have? Celadine goat kidneys? While we're at it, how are you spreading it? That wasn't me. Not me, but my double. My twin sister, I didn't know, I've told you. That high respects of yours too. He didn't believe me for some reason, even though he did see us two together. Sure, you have a twin sister. How very convenient for you. And yet the plague follows you. The other way around, I just feel where the infection will erupt next and I go there to help. Please, you have to believe me. Only I had a single reason to believe you. If anyone, it's she who's ruining my reputation, my twin sister. She must be here somewhere. By looking around, you might be able to catch her. Oh, it's blocked. Damn it, then how the hell did I get here? I walked over here. I could take a left. Go that way. Alright, it looks like I'm on my own here. I know this isn't even the right way. Damn it. So I do have to follow this way. Can't sprint, I can't do anything. Oh no!
It was quiet in Venetica.
Oh no. Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh no, I think I might be getting infected here. I don't know what that icon in the top left is.
Weird, but tolerable.
I have no idea what that bar at the top of the screen is.
I'd rather not hear at all.
Looks like everything affects your mental state.
Boiling, crackling, screeching. Be quiet, you lot.
I just mopped that floor, now you're walking all over it. It took me forever to scrub clean. Look at that devastation. How did that happen? Stop at all that clowning, will you? First he's turning the bathroom upside down, but it's our only one for all these apartments. People wash their kids here. Take their own baths on Tuesdays and Thursdays. They keep it clean. Now there's with you and your remarks. But you're a pal of Philat's, aren't you? Philat is in the hospital right now. He's under observation. I'm here to find out how he got sick. So he's in the hospital. Perhaps for the best. Take it the trashed bathroom is his handiwork? Yes, his. Is he often out of control? What kind of person this is typical of is an easy guess. We often get this with drunks. One moment he sits there quietly, then he's delirious all of a sudden. With all this ruckus and mess, at least he didn't punch anyone out. Has he been drunk for long? Was this his first delirium tremens episode, or has he had them before? I interviewed Philot. He said he stayed away from alcohol. He didn't drink before, but go ahead and look out the window. The town's falling to pieces. It's enough to make a saint start drinking. I think people have gone crazy. Some grabbed a bottle, some grabbed a knife. It's hard to stay human. Everyone's inner beast is breaking out. Do you know for certain that Philot trashed this place in a drunken haze, or is that what you're assuming? What do you think happened? He didn't just trash the shared bathroom. He was sick all over it. The whole place was a mess. I thought I'd never get it clean. You know what it's like to mop someone else's vomit up? How about a smart dresser like you know that, huh? Philot vomited. That's what matters. It's a symptom that hasn't been noted. If you get out everything you needed, I'd like to finish with the cleaning here. Kids from downstairs will be here soon to wash their hands before eating. They'll be better off if they don't see this mess. You happen to know any illnesses he had in the past, chronic or acute? No, that man was never sick, strong and tough as a cart horse, and I mean, I could easily imagine him pulling an actual cart. That was why they hired him to guard the old Gimski meat cannery back in the day. Did you talk more often at the time? You ask me, Philot may be built for the job, but it's not a job for him. The termitary needs security to make sure the steppe brutes aren't beating about town. But he was getting sentimental about them. That's why he and I fell out. We argued about whether worms and herb brides were our equals. Some security guard. He argued with me too. What a thing to say. Stop trying to confuse me. I don't have time to pick your philosophizing apart anyway. I've got a bathroom to finish cleaning. Philot got into philosophizing too. Philosophizing. They both destroyed our friendship and made him an alcoholic. There's no good in that. Can we go back to his drinking? Who wants to confess to something shameful like that? The thing is, lifelong sots are proud of it, and it's the new-made ones that are ashamed. I hope he's ashamed. If anyone's darn guess if he is, it's like he's become a completely different man. For all I know, he's lost all sense of himself at this point. Gone completely off his rocker. Off his rocker? There's something new again. Are you talking about the bathroom incident, or is there another evidence that he's off his rocker? His episodes, you know. Before he trashed the bathroom, I'd hear this muttering coming from behind his door every night. And he lives alone. No family, no one visits him. My husband and I used to be his only friends. Started talking to himself, and that's a sure sign. Maybe right. Why didn't you take your shoes off right away when you walked in? Because you didn't think of it. Neither did I with the muttering. Have I told you everything now? I have my limits too, you know. Mopping floors is hard enough, but bad-mouthing a former friend is harder. Sorry for the poor dummy. Where's Philot's room? I'd like to take a look. Further down the hallway. Here's the key. I've got work to do. Been breaking my back for half a day here, and whose fault is it? A fool, who's also a drunk now. Poor soul. Let's remember to put hallucinations and vomiting on his record. Hallucinations. Vomiting. Still Twirine syndrome. Oh my god, who the hell? Saint Benair Dem. This is news. The neighbor told me Philot lived alone. By Shiagara Ikarana, you're angry. Shiunded Irabishi. I have no idea what you're saying. Hello, Erdem, I said. Why have you come? Why are you here? We got nowhere to go. Bagaldaldi, don't kick me out. Are you Violet's son? Not going back to the Warren. They must be from the Termitary. You people call it the Termitary. Ariadami Hiren, you smell like danger. Bolish bayayalash. Funnily enough, this isn't just random gibberish. This is actually a language that they fucking made for the game. It's pretty funny. Can you tell me what's in there? People are there. Tong, what else do you want? We live there. You're hiding your eyes, lad. I don't think you're telling me the whole truth. I'm gonna take a quick pause. I have to pee. I have to piss. Hotel, just let me go. There's a crawl-out hole of the Warren. Kai Violet watches it. Let me go around the angry guards. Hooray, Namaye Abaraba. Then you just stay there. What? Violet took us in. Hid, sheltered, so no one sees. No one returns me to the Warren. Quiet, she won't notice you. He's in the hospital. He's ill. I'm a doctor. I need to find out what he's ill with. Will you help me? Does Violet drink? Not a drop. Strict on itself. Doesn't allow me either. Violet wasn't lying then, so his vein problems must indeed be from standing up at work and not from drinking. I need to look around. So the vein damage, cross that out. But even with no vein damage, he can still beat Twirine Syndrome.
I was eating those beans. Are you fucking insane?
Thanks, Malso. Wet rags. Rats would be disgusted. What happened to Violet? Found some pills. What are these? Who was taking them? You don't use these in the step. They're so the head doesn't ache. Headaches. His head hurt. Rags on the bed look like they were used in a compress. Violet was hot, tossed and turned. I put cold on him. He had a fever. So headache and fever. It won't let me write it down now. What's this mousetrap doing here? Lots of rats. A headache, fever, and mouse bites. Did you eat this? Is this what made Fiat vomit? Violet's not rich. Boozvad pays the guards so little. It's enough for one, not enough with me. Hard to feed two. Sold rotten food. You get sick with food poisoning? Hunger came, crazy like. Eshkalen grabbed everything, gobbled everything. I took away, hid, told him bad, rotten will hurt. He didn't listen. Never saw a man wolf bad food like that. Mice, headache, fever, hunger, and the vomiting, fatigue, and skin reddening. No veins. No, he doesn't drink. He's eaten bad food, couldn't keep it down, didn't want to make a mess in here. So he went where he could do it. Ah! And there, Jan Water's there for washing. Water scared him, heard the dripping, went crazy. Can a man be scared of water? Scared of water. Fever. Bulimia. I don't see bulimia on here. Headache. Bulimia just must be vomiting and nausea. Oh, there's bulimia. And hydrophobia. Vomiting and nausea was from something else. So we have... no hallucinations. Headache, hydrophobia, bulimia, skin redness, weakness, fever, and a headache. He has nephrothea, epidemia. Contract the virus from animals in their waste, and there's a bunch of rats here. I'm now ready to make sense of the symptoms. Time to return to the hospital and prove a hypothesis.
Damn them.
Dude, you're kidding me. Oh. I'm so close. I can't afford to go back into the hindquarters. I'm gonna get infected. I'm gonna assume that thing in the top left, that little stake, is infection. I had some sort of immunity before I was running around back there.
Can't think like that.
This game looks cozy. Oh, no.
Enough. Migraine. Yes, this is a migraine.
Bull. get infected doing this. I knew it, I just got infected. Okay. Can't sprint. Poor devils are looters, they just kept on coming. Today was a rumor that an out-of-town bandit who was packing firepower had been getting busy here. So suddenly he wasn't anymore. Can't shoot the sandpest, you know. But everyone fancies the firearms these days, so they're flocking to this mortal remains like moths to a flame. Did you find him? Why bother finding him, that scum? He's lying around here somewhere, waiting to be collected. Got enough on our plate right now with all these would-be scavengers. No time for revolvers at all. These moths had little ammo on them and the pilfered odds and ends. One fool had stuffed his knapsack full of tin spoons, probably never even seen real silver in his life. Everything of value's been sent to Town Hall. We kept the ammo. And over the ammo, every last round. Will do. Alright, cool.
My head hurts enough as it is. Half a tone louder.
Was that in my hand? It is a prototype. Clears the area and lets me see things easier. I don't like this apathy meter. I hope they nerf it. It seems to be a little too strong. I'm waiting for you. As you can see, I've allowed our volunteer orderlies to leave on a break, but they'll all return as soon as you give the word. Rest is necessary. Consider it done. But what of the third patient, Filat, the termitary guard? You have a diagnosis? I haven't put him to sleep yet. I thought he might be useful to you. I understand his illness. Just be sure to put it in the document and stamp it too. Mr. Little, I barely recognize you. Are you going to teach me how to maintain patient records now? Sin City wasn't made for you. Can't seem to... Oh, okay. What took you so long, Doctor? Did my mice detain you? Happened to... What happened to crawl out of it? You met him. I tried to protect him with everything I had. I went to your hospital so he wouldn't catch it from me. Then you lied. You described fatigue, but you've been nauseous, feverish, and much more. I've never been a good liar. I told you too much, you'd know that someone was changing my bandages, that I needed money to feed two mouths. I talked as little as I could. Regardless, I found out everybody lies. Where's my cane? Nothing to hide now. Sure, I led the boy through a hidden passage away from the slaughterhouse. He's just a kid, Doctor. It was hardship that brought him to the cannery. And just like that, Flat Vlad put him to work, young or old, it doesn't matter to the old Glinskys. They sent everyone to the factory. What? This is of little interest to me. You disobeyed orders. I'd tell your superiors that the vaccine weren't so important. I'm no hero, but I was taught to draw the line somewhere. I treat people like people, period. I've done what I could. Do you believe the termitary's doors should be flung wide open now during the epidemic? They'll starve people to death in the termitary, and not just there either. While you were out, I overheard people in the hospital. Aren't you that tyrant who ordered a quarantine? Without the quarantine, the plague would devour your town in just a day. Those are dangerous games you play, Doctor. I'm not the only one who doesn't like restrictions. Today, people endure. Tomorrow, too, but in the days that follow, they'll erupt. I told you can't humiliate a living being without suffering consequences, and this imprisonment humiliates the town a second time. Everyone's a critic. My decisions aren't up for debate. Neither of us can tell the future, and, Filat, I came to talk about your diagnosis. Drink this glass of water, please, before we continue. Ugh, take that away. I can't stand hearing the sloshing. Get it away, Doctor. This decisive symptom has been confirmed. This is enough to make a diagnosis. Hydrophobia was real, so nephrophobia epidemia. That is some in-depth medicinal sleuthing. It's too bad traversing the town seems to be a fucking chore. I identified the patient's diagnosis correctly. The vaccine will help hundreds. If I'm wrong, their blood is on my hands. Resentment for the quarantine measures will soon reach its peak. When it does, the town will no longer obey the decrees issued to save it. Check the records. You diagnosed all 3 of the oddities who didn't quickly die from the plague. You're a mental giant, a luminary. We still don't know if my diagnoses are correct. We awaited your verdict with bated breath. What next? The vaccine? Searching the town for more people with the same symptoms as today's 3? Same as yesterday. Consider it done, and after that, how much culture should we take? What temperature should we heat it to? Reduce the prior instruction by 1.5 degrees. Don't add too much water. We need the culture medium. Follow the dilution charts. We got it down in the last 2 nights. We'll manage without supervision, I promise. Rest without fear that we'd ever disgrace you. So, Dr. Dankowski, sir, do you give us permission to proceed? Shall we start? If we don't vaccine anyone tonight, there will be 300 deaths. 5 if we do. 5 if we do and my work has errors. This is so damn difficult every time. Do we begin or not? We do. I've done all I can today. Time to go back to my headquarters, back home to Ava. Something that needs to change before this game comes out is backpedaling, making you that slow. Come on. I'm not asking him to be Speedy Gonzalez over here. I'm saying hurry the fuck up. All diagnoses were correct. The assistants are preparing today's vaccine. Yay, I was right. Everybody's okay. I saved like a handful of people. You've done all you could, senor. Go on and rest. They'll wait for you at Stillwater. Why are you in charge of deciding if I've done all I could? Your vaccine will be ready only on the morrow, and would it even free your heart from its torment? What else are you to do? Could, I don't know, tighten up the quarantine so I wouldn't keep running into you? If I remember right, he lives like over here. Oh! Damn! Never mind then. Oh my fucking god. I'm so used to actually, like... I'm so used to being able to go anywhere I want to. I'm gonna have to go through this. The only way. They've really got to do something about that bar. That bar goes down way too fast.
Vibrant. Everything's so vibrant.
Doctor, we're rotating. Leaving, that is. Abandoning our post. Reasoning being? We didn't sign up for this. They've gone and armed themselves. Not petty thieves. No, these are proper thugs. They shoot, Doctor. They stab. Purely unheard of around here, raising a knife against your fellow man. And we're unarmed. You asking me to arm you? No, we're not thugs. Your capital might be a vicious place, but this town used to be a living thing. We don't have murders. We have an epidemic. They have side effects. Violence, dissolution of boundaries, desperation. I foresaw all of this. I'm afraid not, Doctor. We're volunteers. We took no oath. What if everyone goes back on their commitments? Suppose I go back on mine. Not letting thieves in and sick out, fine. Putting yourself in front of a bullet or a blade? Well, to say it again, that's a whole different beast. The fact you've brought us to the state is, thought-provoking. Again, really unheard of. And on that note, as they say, we take our leave. Okay, so the red areas aren't the plague areas. Those are the faded areas. The red areas have bandits. That's gonna be fun. Because I thought they said they weren't I read a thing by Ice Pick Lodge Studios that said we are removing combat from Pathologic 3. And I was like, oh, sick, because it sucked. It was a big part of the game, but it was fine. And now it's like, I guess there's combat. Whatever. Go wherever you like. This is not a job for cowards. A dangerous place. Not everyone in town is content with the epidemic measures. This district is rebelling. I need to be careful. Quarantine rioters want to kill me. I need to go through him.
Never launch. Things everywhere. Come here. There he is. Closer. You're not going anywhere. I forgot that there's so much of the world.
Yeah, as much as I'd love to fucking just grease these wheels. The thing is, Dankovsky is a doctor.
Tired of this noise. Boiling, crackling, screeching, living.
Raise the yellow flag. Yellow flag doesn't stand for quarantine, you dum-dum. It's the other way around. It's you who stands for quarantine. The yellow flag means hang all borders. Yellow flag means plague on board. That is our boat, mister. It used to be my hat, you dum-dum. Because your head is so small, a matchstick head. I can't reach it. He won't get you the boat. His head is ill-fitting. He thinks in mere 3 directions. You won't do, mister. Leave the boat be. Just don't steal boats from the ferryman. I can't reach it. Me reaching it. The loyal Ava waits to share an evening conversation with me, and she's not alone. When did our talks become a part of Bachelor Dankovsky? That fucking boat that I hate.
Sometimes I feel like I could fly.
You're back, and just in time. You know, a mob is slowly gathering outside the house. I didn't see anybody. I did. They peer into the windows. They're planning something. Deliberating. Sometimes they carry torches, and sometimes stakes. I think they're up to wickedness. I'll go out there and check so that you don't worry. Please don't, for my sake. I'll be careful. If you decide to go out and check after all, please take me with you. And how are you going to help me, Ava? Besides, I'm sure you just thought you saw all that. There's no need, I won't be long. Let's talk a little first, like we always do. You said it yourself yesterday when you were talking to me. You're talking to a cat. The only way to sort out your thoughts. You must have brought so many new thoughts with you. Tell me. You're the most precious listener to me, but my head is filled with miserable chaos right now. Will you tell me? See, well, first of all, it's clear the sand pest can't be defeated by ordinary means. We are so short on time. Creating a vaccine takes weeks, and I don't even have days. Which means we must do something different, but what? How do we find an opening? What can replace time when there's not enough of it? Time. On occasion, Ava. Time can be replaced with people, but we don't have those here either. As they say, 9 women can't make a baby in a month. Neither can time be replaced with space. Although maybe. Talking. I'm human. I'm an intelligent. I'm a pioneer! I wanna eat! I wanna fuck! I wanna kill! Rah! I'm an intelligent, industrious, courageous human, a good specimen, one of the finest, and still I have too many limitations. Solving these problems takes something greater. A stream, if you will, instead of a point. It must pass through several apertures at once. Go on, keep talking, I understand. That noise outside. I told you there are people and they're scaring me, but our conversation's more important. It will never happen again. It will. I'll remember where we left off. Today is Hardline's 10-year anniversary. My buddy Lucid actually gave me his pre-order shirt clip of the Battlefield PD. It's over on that little shelf back there. I love that thing.
Will it rain? Will it snow? Will it pass? I don't know.
So hard on you, poor thing. Look, some of your hair has turned gray in the past days. You're a learned man. Why does it do that? Can someone's hair really gray so suddenly? We're in danger. Let's drop this idle talk. Told you so. The talk remains in the past and it won't happen again. What's happening out there? What do they want? I made one mistake. Just one? What mistake? Tell me what it was. Did you make this mistake in the past? Yes, you see, I was trying to tune down the panic and stop the infection from spreading. So I issued some harsh decrees on quarantine measures. I told everyone to stay home, no talking, no sneaking out. Not everyone found this enjoyable. But it was the right thing to do. It all piled up rather unfortunately. Your regular supply train run was running late and the quarantine was very sudden. Many people lacked necessities, food, medicine, water, and much more. The town became a rat trap, and a cornered rat pounces on the cat. I thought it all through. I'll revoke the decree right now. It won't get any worse. No one complied with it anyway. It just led to exasperation. No sanitary measures. There's no authority here, just anarchy and chaos. To hell with it. I'm revoking the decree this instant. Is it not too late? I guess we'll see. A boy came here recently, agitated, angry, carrying some papers. I gave him bread and dried apples. He's upstairs, by the table you sign all your papers at. Yes, I know, that's Sticky, the town's messenger. Sticky! Unavailable in the demo, yeah. What horror movie or game scared you the most? Ooh, I don't like Strangers. Strangers wigs me out.
A long neck and a fat body, and hooves for feet. So it's an albino. And people say it wasn't the Earth that made it.
That's Sticky. Sticky's a pretty cool kid. So they made a bunch of decrees about the town, like there weren't enough already. He told me to bring him to you for approval. Review, not approval. I'll only approve them if I find them at least minimally sensible. I'll have to ask the higher-ups. I just bring you what I'm given. You decree, we carry it out, instantly. You got full authority 2 days ago, didn't you? So use it, we'll obey. As far as I'm concerned, roosters do the crowing, and who cares if the sun doesn't rise? It get worse, it already is. Up to 3 decrees can be issued per day. Issued decrees can apply to any available day, not just the current one. Bad decree. The enacted decree is causing problems. Select and remove it using Z. Oh, resource management. We have 1,000 of everything, but we have 30 people, 60 people that can handle it. Prohibit dying. It just costs 15. It's kind of hard to see, but it costs 15 patrolmen to do for no benefit whatsoever. At least this one, it's like, allow night shifts at the factory. Cost 10, but we get 300 rations and 100 fuel. Pest control is it costs 20 patrolmen minus 150 fuel. And it makes things a little... Arrest the instigators of the anti-vaccine riot. Suppress the further spread of such sentiments. Burn down houses where signs of infection have been identified. You have to be real careful about these because the slightest adjustment upward makes all of this go up. And it looks like it's a flat cap that can just get worse. We're on day 2. This is tough. There we go. Perfect. And then on the next day, why does that make the That's so funny. Prohibit dying. No, you can't do that no more. The food distribution does containment. Contagion. Really, there's just no way to reduce this. You can only make it easier for yourself until then.
A firebox for a heart, they say. But in truth, what you need is a compass.
Remember our request? There are 500 kids at the polyhedron right now. 522 to be precise, not counting me. The tower supports our weight just fine. Don't order the evacuation. It must not happen. What are you doing here, kid? You're supposed to be in the polyhedron. You lifted the quarantine. I think we'd agreed you'd stop calling me kid. I just signed the decree. The ink isn't even dried. You're living in some special timeline of your own, Dr. Dankowski. For all I know, it might have taken you a fairly long time to sign the decree. In the meantime, the weather has turned fair and the quarantine is nothing but a memory. Go outside and see what you have wrought. That's Khan. He's a little bit of an asshole. Morons refuse to see that quarantine is necessary for their own survival. I'll have to repeal it for today, lest rioters butcher me. My decrees are executed promptly. The quarantine is lifted. I need to go out and make sure the rioters are no longer a threat. Without the quarantine, the plague has come to my doorstep. Damned if I do. What are you telling me, noseless one?
You fear me because you fear an end to your loneliness.
Hello, Doctor. Thank you for clearing the way to me. I can assume this is a case of damned if you do, damned if you don't, as my colleague Barack would put it. You're not. You're just a smart fellow who finally understood that I'm a blessing, not a curse. That Simon of yours figured it out long ago, by the way. That's why he allowed me into the town. That's why he took my communion. Is that why he died? Oh, Bachelor, he hasn't died. You're just looking in the wrong direction. He excluded time from the world, and thus became immortal. He's dying, sickening, living, rotting, thriving, all at once. We found a way. Just give me a minute. Give me some time to think. I can wait. I have time aplenty. An infinite amount. You say he's excluded time from the world. So I'll just include it back. Today I choose either death at the hands of rioting plebs or plague in Ava's lungs. No hope. If only I'd chosen differently 2 days ago. I need to find a mechanical clock and restart the time. Sounds easier. Sounds easy. Easier than anything I did in this town. What troubles you, senor? Your day is over. I've been looking for Simon, but I can't find him. This misery can only be unraveled slowly, by steps. There's not enough of me to get it all done. It's not just the illness, it's the chaos. A mire indeed, so let it not your grave become. It may be best to cry surrender. At least you've held on to humanity. A feeble joy, though that may be to you, you can but do the things that can be done. No more. Accept your fate as it so stands. There still can be victory in this. Is that a clock behind you? Is time itself your quarry now? Would you repair the past? Can such a thing be done, senor? You know the literature on this. A flap of wings hither, a storm thither. Though that one tale is yet unwritten. I'll at least try to picture how things might have gone differently. Well said, but I knew you not to be Herculean. Those my remaining option is to become one. I feel sorry for Ava. Then lay your head and sleep. Or will you stare into the clock's face as if it were a stereogram, a sacred icon? Perhaps it shall become what it is not. Thinking about the day it all began. Telling the story requires time. Time is embodied in the amalgam. I will consume it when trying to recall another day. A new day brings new memories. Select a day to explore. You can go back 2 days, but not a full week. Ah! Ah! And here's the thing I was getting invested, damn it. Well, at least we can say this. I cured everybody. I am so attractive, so sexy, above average penis. Everybody knows this. Man, I'm good at video games. Make sure to install the finals on Steam, PS4, PS5, Xbox, and coming soon to the Valve Deckard. I'm gonna fill out the survey. Played any previous installments of Pathologic? Yes. Was the single worst, stupidest, ugliest, or most annoying thing about quarantine? This is the only mandatory open-ended question in the questionnaire, but we need to know what you dislike the most. I greatly disliked the apathy and maniac meter. It was incredibly restricting and seemed to fill too fast, affecting not only my sprint, but my ability to move and see as well, which, while slightly improved from 2, hindered greatly in numerous ways. It's the single best, prettiest, most interesting and engaging thing about the quarantine. I freaking love that diagnose minigame. Input devices used for quarantine. Keyboard, mouse. Suggestions for improving controls. Longer. And faster. Next. How would you rate your experience in the infected district? It's not meant to be a nice place, but is it not nice in a good way or in a bad way? I felt like, man, I don't really have a whole lot of ways to get this infection to fuck off. What would I add to the infected districts? Throwable torches to make zones of safety against infection. Would you rate your experience in the rioting district? Oh, that was pretty good. What would you add to the rioting district? More loot. Would you rate the new district traversal system? Oh, 0. Oh, I don't like it at all. I don't like this fast travel shit. Just give me back over the regular map. Let's see. Mental metabolism, the thing at the top of your screen. How clear was the system? Very unclear. Specifically, how clear was it to you at any given point what you need to do in order to reach a specific mental state? I mean, it was kind of clear on what I needed to do. How clear was it that what the consequences for having a specific mental state was? Very unclear. How much did you enjoy the mental metabolism system? Mental metabolism is not meant to be very pleasant. It's meant to put pressure on the player, representing Bachelor's constant battle with his own mind and state. Yeah, but walking down the fucking street kicking trash cans is not what a doctor should be doing to feel better. And by golly, he shouldn't be doing it every 2 fucking seconds so he can walk fast. It's representing Bachelor's constant battle with his mind and fate, but it is still meant to be experienced, not force the player to close the game. Oh, I hated it. How helpful was the audio indication? Fucking 0? Visual thoughts, concentration, and mind map. Visual thoughts are the phrases you see of various people and items by pressing Q. Mind map is our version of a quest log. You know that lots of things in the demo had visual thoughts attached to them and not just plot critical ones? I used it all the time. I thought it added to the experience. The mind map is not prominently in the demo. It'll be used more importantly in the main game. How much did you like it? I love it. Medical gameplay, hospital, and euthanasia. Were we allowed to kill somebody in that fucking place? That would be crazy. Oh man, I got the fever. All right. I didn't want to have to do this, but someone's got to. Did you enjoy the hospital experience? I loved it. Did you diagnose all the patients? Yes. If you struggled at any particular point, couldn't figure out what to do in a bad way, not an intriguing way, please let us know how it happened. I believe the ailments and symptoms could be described a little better. Example, rash and redness of skin. 2 words for the same illness. If your skin's red, you probably have a rash. But if your rash, your skin is red. So we need to be a bit more specific on that. That was kind of the main thing. Would I improve the hospital gameplay? Honestly, kind of banging. Use euthanasia on a dying person. It's completely optional. You might have missed it. could have killed one of those people. Use euthanasia. No. How clear was the euthanasia mechanic? Meaning what exactly you needed to do. The resource you obtained through it is not used in the demo. Well, I have to put unclear because I didn't do it. Flow time. How clear was the story of Quarantine? We mean the overall plot. What happened at the end of Quarantine? I went back in time and... I went back in time, was given the opportunity to adjust the quarantine restrictions. Who is the inspector? Did you enjoy being the Bachelor? Is he a compelling character to play as? Sorta, kinda. The thing is that Dankovsky, from his perspective of what he's trying to do, is morally bankrupt. He doesn't care about people. He came here for one thing and one thing only, and it's not here, so now he wants to go home. Dankovsky himself is not... I don't know how to describe it. He's not like the Haruspects. The Haruspects cares about the town. This dude does not give a shit about the town. So he feels kind of odd to play as a character. What would you improve in terms of presentation, considering we don't have a AAA budget? I said, I have no idea how to answer this question. I am on board regardless. General comments on the story. Like Pathologic 2, I'm intrigued. Various stuff. What is your Steam PS account region? Choose the one you consider buying Pathologic 2 with. North America. The only America that matters. Would you consider it a fair price for Pathologic 3? Ah, shit. What did I pay for Pathologic 2?
Far from any road.
I paid $35? Man, shit, I'd pay like $60 for that. Pathologic 2 is phenomenal. $30 to $40. I'll put 20. Okay, then let me do 2. So I'll put 21 to 30 and 30 to 40. About that area. About that thick. About that thick, right? Name 2 to 3 non-Ice Pick Lodge games that impressed you the most. Psychonauts 2. Dead Redemption 2. I have another one in here. Found it. What is a game that everybody loves that you hate? They misspelled it everybody. Wild Hearts. What is a game that everybody hates? Oh wait, a game that everybody loves that you hate. My Friend Pedro. I don't like My Friend Pedro. I think it's boring. Everybody hates that you love. Wild Hearts. Is there a game that you feel is reasonably similar to Quarantine? No, not at all. Describe your experience with Quarantine in one sentence. Kept you waiting, huh? I said, oh boy, I can't wait to be sad again. My response has been recorded. Alright, I tricked each and every one of you. You fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I'm actually the head lead director on Ice Pick Lodge Games. Pathologic 3 Quarantine is one of the greatest games that I have ever made. My favorite part was the euthanasia that I didn't do. That I don't know how to do. You were all owned. Tobler owned. You just got owned. You didn't even know. You didn't even see it coming. Want to go back and euthanize someone? Let's fuck it. Yeah, let's do that. Which the bell tolls. The demo's not over?
I need sleep.
Did you sleep sleep comfortably? Quite. I dreamt that I could fly, or rather tried to, and though I did succeed, mine was a strange flight, at no great altitude and horizontal. Less of a flight, more of a swift glide above the ground atop an unseen moving platform. I was yearning for an upward soar. But more vertical, and you? What did you dream of? Empty street at night, lined with 4 lamps, and at the end a brick house. I walk towards the house and cannot reach it. Your face is very weary. 30, aren't you? I'd say you look much older than your years. I like that you have no gray hair, it's coal black. Not raven, that's a different shade from yours, and not a single gray one yet. Kitty! 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 The brat or the fat one? It's Tyrion. You have a troubled day ahead of you. Will you be back tonight? I will be waiting. Waiting? What for? I think you'll be in great need of a listener after the kind of day you'll have today. I'm not being dramatic, I'm just saying a flurry of events awaits you, many of which will stump you. Bet on that. Is there an achievement that I missed? Oh my god, there's 14 achievements! I got 5 of them! A 100% of players have completed Act 1. 40% have completed the demo. Die of apathy, talk to the bull, collect a dying person's time, be reminded once again that you're denied entrance to the abattoir, talk to all the protagonists. I did. I have select more than 8 symptoms at once? Die of extreme mania, die of apathy, use or examine all bachelor's tools. Oh, I didn't use his gun. There's not an achievement for euthanizing someone. Okay, so let's skip all this and see if I can't, like, euthanize someone.
They'll go to
Well, I love the final Subaduba.
I'll follow you through.
Venit mors velociter, rapid nos atrociter.
It's not love of living that drives us to overcome death.
Freeze! He's out of bounds.
Weird. What an odd... What... I held the gun up.
I'm Daniil Denkovsky, Bachelor of Medicine. My research into the limits of human life has brought me renown. I've devoted all my energy and remarkable intellect to combating the greatest fear that binds humanity, the inevitability of imminent death. Seeking proof of my theories, I traveled to a small, steep town to examine a person of phenomenal longevity, Simon Kane. But I walked into a trap. The moment I arrived there, an unknown disease struck the town. It devoured the town like a wildfire. Its contagion and lethality surpassed anything humanity had ever faced. And I became the only doctor standing in the way of this unprecedented pestilence.
And last year's demographic survey, Garcon, Gor. A bird soars high with grace and cheer.
Okay, so there is an achievement for dying of increased apathy. Well, knowing this game, give it like 2 fucking seconds, my apathy will max out. Yeah, look, it's going up crazy fast.
I was eating those beans. Are you fucking insane?
Thanks, gotcha.
I'm battling it. Oh, you have to go in the hard specs.
So, what the fuck? Apathy just means you don't care.
Quiet, head.
Don't walk in front of a bull, behind a horse, or around a thief.
Alright, I'm gonna try my best to see if I can't get this woman fucking euthanized. Pale skin. Hematoma. Which of these has the most? Did I choose a woman? I don't know. Cyanosis. Breathing, chest pain, stomach pain, photophobia must be a, yeah, there we go. Regular pupil shape, darkened eye capillaries, headache, hallucinations, memory loss. There we go. Like more than 8 symptoms, got an achievement. Fell asleep. Oh, she can't be good for your back. Yeah, good call. Ink syndrome. The question is, how do I euthanize someone?
Misophonia, Denkovsky? You're too high-strung.
Man, you just rot dead, huh? Well, I'm not doing all that again. That was a lot of clicking and typing. How the hell did a 4-hour stream, almost 5, just vanish like that? Oh. I'm not doing all that again. There's not even an achievement for euthanizing someone. But I am here to tell you, I love Pathologic. Someone was trying to tell me, they were like, "Jay, what's more lethal? What's more lethal? The sand pest or scarlet rot?" And I was like, dude, it's not a competition. It's sand pest. Actually, I've been smelling Melania's feet forever, and I can tell you straight up, no. It's not scarlet rot, and it will never be scarlet rot. Because you can make scarlet rot cure with a bunch of bullshit that you find. The sand pest cure, the panacea, literally does not exist. It is a miracle cure that requires the blood of the world and only can be extracted through immense pain. How the fuck do you do that? Well, you don't. That's why it's so hard to cure. Because the sand pest is both alive and it's not. So yeah, if you're gonna sit there and tell me, they're not the same. Scarlet, pipe the fuck down. Scarlet rot goes away by healing enough times, and it will go away. Anyway. What day is today? Monday. These fleeting moments collect a dying person's time. That's gotta be by shooting someone or euthanizing them. It has to be. Anyway. I diagnosed everybody correctly. There's only 4% of the people that have done that. I aced it. I'm the man. You're gay. He's gay. That cat's gay. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.